Is this thing on? Anyways, I have gotten back. Sorry for what was it, Thursday? We had some issues with no, Tuesday. I was gonna live stream. We're talking in chat about that. Well, I was doing video editing. Took a long time. Being a YouTuber's hard. That I got a little lazy. So I apologize for not showing up on Tuesday, but today we've got Linux utility. I kind of want to revisit that, kind of show you some of the development going on that. GitHub issues, some pull requests. I see Cube mentioned Mango WC, which is like a DWM in Wayland, which is interesting. I think we're going to have to take a look at that as well. So much to go there. That should be fun. Yeah. See, I like the Linux utility. Still need to look at that. It's been a bit, and I really want to make sure we get a release in the Linux utility today. That's like the #1 priority. Everything else I talked about is kind of secondary. Everything's going pretty well in that front of things. A GUI for the Linux utility, I don't know. I waffle back and forth on this one. When it comes to the Linux utility, I really like the idea of it just being a TUI, which is a terminal user interface, because I could launch it anywhere. So like my Arch server install in the Linux utility that auto installs Arch, that works pretty well. It feels like I'm too low. It's like I'm low riding here. 1 second, I gotta fix this. This is bugging me. 1 second. That's just wrong. Feels like I'm a hobbit. 1 second. All right, yeah. Much better. Okay. I was like, man, it's like I'm getting cut off on the bottom part. Is American Eagle still around? I've had this hoodie for like 30 years. Since I was like a teenager. I don't know if did they ever go bankrupt? I think they went bankrupt. Anyways, I'm sorry. My squirrel just brains a little bit out of it today. So it's going to be a bit of a hot mess of a stream. But you kind of expect that. Anyways, let's get into the desktop. Let's go. Let's see what we got. Man, I tell you. Yes. I do love it. Oh, really? American Eagle's still around. Okay. Well, good to hear. I haven't gone to the mall or any of that business in a long time. You got good jeans. Yeah. All right. Are you familiar with Linux toys? Okay. No, like, so what I've been doing. Yeah, I'm so lazy. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, American Apparel was the problem one. What about Abercrombie and Fitch? I'm sorry to go out on this weird tangent, but I remember you remember they used a big thing in the 90s. Did they ever go bankrupt too? I swear, I felt like all these went bankrupt, but maybe they just got sold or something. All right, let me pull up old Linutil so people know what I'm talking about. Let's get this rolling. Oh, we're already up to date. Let's do a rust up. Rust has so many updates. Kind of drives me crazy. Dang, that's cool. My grub on Linux Mints doesn't show up. You know what? Before we get started, I think we need to illustrate what I had this happen to me this week. I was dual booting Windows and Linux, and literally Windows just booting into Windows. I hadn't booted into Windows in like 2 months or something crazy, right? And then I booted in because I needed something from like actual, bare metal, not like a VM or anything. And Windows literally erased my EFI entry. Now, a lot of people think it erases the bootloader. Now, if you run 2 hard drives, Windows will not go over to the Linux drive and overwrite the EFI partition, but what it will do is erase the boot entry. So then it'll boot into Windows. Now, you can use the Arch chroot and then get in and fix your bootloader, or use EFI boot MGR. Now, EFI boot MGR lists all the different boots that you have on your system. Now, some of these will be traditional and some might not be. So I have quite a bit here. I have a lot of hard drives in my system. But the big ones here is this one right here. Arch is there. And then we probably also have a Windows partition. Usually there's Windows Boot Manager in here. See, I don't see the Windows version. So I bet you if we booted into the actual NVMe drive in Windows, it would actually overwrite. I never really do it out here though. But anyways, you could recreate this by just simply doing a grub, sudo grub, or well, first you would find your drives, you would mount all those drives, you'd chroot into it, so then your structure would look like this from your root. And then you'd run this command. Also, check the Arch wiki if you need Arch chroot. But essentially, if you needed to recreate that and it was gone, you could easily just do sudo grub install, and then you'd find the disk with the boot partition, which is going to be right here. This is going to be this. You can see it's actually mounted, so it's going to be NVMe 01. So we'll just copy that, right? Did my coffee command work? So we go dev / everything's stored in the dev directory. So this is where all your devices reside. And then you can just pull your device name from lsblk. And then you need to specify the directory over your root. So it'd be EFI directory equals boot. And what this would do is it would go ahead and detect all your boot partitions, then reinstall it in EFI in your actual BIOS. So then it would show back up without actually having to rebuild or reinstall. So super important to do. And you can do it at any time. It's not that bad, but that's essentially how you can do it. Now you can also actually make the entry manually through EFI boot MGR as well. I think I actually put in the linuxbook.com how to do this. Did I do that? Installation. Yeah, we got the grub install. But do we have making from EFI boot? Let's go EFI boot MGR. Only 2 settings for this. Oh, I feel like we need to expand this for folks. Although no, I mean this kind of shows it. This is system D though. No, I don't like that. It doesn't really show. Oh, well, here we go. Automatic EFI creation. Here it is. You can choose your options with /V for verbose, but essentially you go create, you specify the disk with the boot on it, the partition. So your partition might be a variety of things. You can always check your partition. If you look here, my partition for boot is P1, so it would be part 1, and then you specify the EFI boot partition. Now this is system D. Mine's actually not using system D, but we can relabel this. So let me show you this. Just because I had this happen earlier, and I've had to redo this so many times. Windows is like going after Linux boot partitions. Or not boot partitions, but just boot entries in the BIOS. It's really kind of slimy. But, I mean, par for the course. It's Windows. So let's go into the boot directory. EFI. Although, if we do the boot entry, I think it's EFI. And let's do a tree here. Now you have a bunch of different boot partitions to choose from. You're going to want boot x64. So this would be grub x64 under the Arch directory. I'm not sure what would happen if you did boot x64 from here. So I'm not sure what created this boot partition. And here's system D, but we wouldn't want to use either of these. Since we're using grub, it's going to be Arch and then grub EFI. Just to kind of showcase this. Just to show how it interfaces with there. So we already have a whole bunch of different entries. Let's just make a new entry. I don't even see the Arch entry. Oh, there's the Arch entry. It's under boot 4 right here. But how this entry gets done, let's just use... We're going to call it something special. So our boot entry looks neat in the BIOS, right? Let's go sudo. Here's when you're going to need that. Boot mgr create disk dev, and this is going to be NVMe. Which NVMe was it? Oh man, what was it? NVMe 0N1. Just copy that. Alright, NVM1 P1. Oh no, we don't specify the partition, so it'll be E0N1. I do believe, let me double check. Just so we don't screw it up. Yeah, that's the one we need. And then we specify the partition with part 1 and the loader. This is where you specify the loader, but this is from the boot folder. So this is going to be loader, and we're going to specify is there an equal signs on loader? Nope, just loader. No loader with a space. We'll quote it out, and we're just going to grab this. Like so. So then we have our loader specified. We have our partition specified. Now we label it. Or let's label it something fun. Something that you would normally not see in your BIOS. So we're going to go label. Titus Ultimate OS is what we'll name it. And we'll do verbose. So this is going to write an EFI entry directly to your BIOS in Linux. Now, Windows does the same thing using boot mgr. It just kind of does its own thing. It uses like a database. There's other things that are, all right, a part of it. But I digress. It sucks. You don't ever want to use it. Just use this. So then we write it out. And then if we go EFI boot mgr, we should see a new entry called Titus Ultimate OS. Let's see if it boots. I love experimenting, right? Always experiment on stream, I say. Reboot. Yeah, let's try and reboot and see what happens. I always look forward to breaking my Linux install on stream. Now, the real test. Can I hit the hotkey at the BIOS screen before it goes and boots in? That's the real test. I think it's delete. Oh no, this one's escape or something. This is the... Oh crap, I'm on a server. Oh, it's like, I think it's escape. Okay. Okay. Escape's the startup menu at least. So let's go BIOS setup. It's totally gonna work. Let's go boot options. Oh god, I hate this. All right, so here's the boot order right now. So you can see the boot order.
Yeah, well,
we have Titus Ultimate OS, and you can specify kind of where this goes. It's kind of neat. Saja, thank you for the super chat. Now, I think there's still that Arch entry, and sometimes What happens when we hit enter now? So these are just the hard drives. It doesn't actually read the other EFI entries. So it might be, depending on your manufacturer, whenever it updates and updates the EFI, it might overwrite whatever's already there. So as much as I crapped on Windows, I think this might be a limitation in some systems. Where Windows just writes the EFI and it just says, hey, whatever the entry is there, it overwrites whatever's there. Yeah. All right, well, let's see if it boots, right? Well, we were not going to change anything. No. I think it's fine. What do you think about Win Better FS project? You know, I'm kind of here for it, Q. We'll see what happens. Let's delete all the BIOS entries. I'm sorry, this stream just took a complete left turn where we were starting from. But, you know, everyone reminded me about how amazing Windows is on the booting. It's how sometimes it kind of erases that EFI partition. I kind of want to just tinker with it for a second. You know, you can't take me anywhere. I ran out of coffee. Man. All right, well, whatever. Hey, it booted. Always a pleasant surprise. Although, I don't know, from an entertainment aspect on stream, I kind of hope something breaks. Because then I'm like, ooh, let's fix it. You know. But let's like delete a whole bunch of stuff. I feel like that's where the that's where the magic happens, right? Deleting a whole bunch of stuff. No, I don't really use Hyperland. I always have like little weird bugs with it. Like it works, don't get me wrong. Like Hyperland's fine. It works just fine. It's just like little small bugs and gotchas, and then all the dependencies of Hyperland. It just feels bloated. And that's where I'm kind of like, and I know some people coming from desktop environments think Hyperland's much more minimal and stripped down. And frankly, compared to GNOME or KDE, it is. It is less than those guys as far as full package installs. But for me, coming from DWM, I'm just like, it doesn't feel quite right. You know, where you're just like, it's fine, I guess. But, yeah. Oh, we do need a CTT squirrel emote. All right, well, let's delete a whole bunch of our BIOS entries, right? Boot MGR. So, I think let's simplify things. If I boot MGR help, I can't remember what is the delete command. Oh. Now, I think I remember we could just go. I think we needed to do like a B and then a capital B. So let's get rid of the EFI entries. Let's pretend like we're Microsoft and we're dictating what gets booted on the system. Let's go sudo EFI boot MGR. We're going to specify the boot entry of 0. And then we're just going to go capital B and delete it. Fantastic. Let's delete this one. Let's delete this one. Let's delete this one too. Heck, let's just delete all the ones except what we created, right? What happens? Can you do that? Oh, man, that sounds cool. Let's delete that one. That one. WD is actually my Windows install. We probably shouldn't. Nah, let's delete it too. Who cares? We don't need any boot entries. We can always recreate them. So now we've deleted every single boot entry in the BIOS. What does our BIOS look like now? I just kind of want to... I just kind of want to experiment real fast, just to see if we can't strip down some of those options. We'll try and get to our startup menu here. My system takes forever to boot, so I'm sorry about that. Trying to break your system? I mean, I kind of always try to break my system. Like, if you're a Linux distribution out there, probably the worst thing that could ever happen to you is me to cover your distribution, because I will literally do everything wrong on purpose just to see if I can break it. You know, it's just, I mean, it's just what I do. So it did streamline it a lot, but it recreated all the devices. That's pretty cool. What do you recommend for a beginner distro? Depends. If you're a gamer and you don't want to tinker at all, I recommend Bazite. If you like tinkering and you're a gamer, probably either Nobara if you want a Fedora-based distro, or CachyOS. I think Cachy's a good starting spot for people that like to tinker a bit. If you just want a plain Jane, hey, I need a web browser and do basic printing and just productivity machine, I think Linux Mint is still a very solid choice for a beginner. And that's about where I stop my beginner recommendations. I think those are about the best parts. Yeah. All right, cool. Anyways, yeah, I deleted most entries. It will recreate the hardware entries in this system. Now, most systems won't. Most systems, it'll literally just give you the one option that's there. And if you delete all the options, you're just kind of, well, you're going to have to reboot to like a live ISO or USB drive. What do you think about Fedora nowadays? I don't know. The Red Hat influence kind of burned me on Fedora, where I'm like, oh, I just don't trust Red Hat. It's just... it's only a matter of time before they do something else that's stupid. And when it comes to big companies, I just have zero faith that they'll ever do the right thing. So I'm like, I'm just waiting for them to try to do something more anti-consumer. It's just a matter of time. Don't worry, I'll make a video whenever that happens. I'll be like, ooh, free video. Nice. I never did try the short herm project. Add the drive. Oh, it might be turned on. Yeah, CSM will add the drive entries. Yeah, very true, Dio. Yes, my love. How are you doing? Oh my goodness, did you make me breakfast? Oh, you're the best wife ever. Thank you. Nope, thank you, my love. My wife made me a smiley face, 2 eggs and 4 sausages. Oh, jeez. All right, sorry. Now that we've done the sidetrack to the boot, let's continue and let us go to Linutil. I got a little sidetrack there. We'll pull up chat. British breakfast for Chris. Yeah, man, American breakfast. Come on now.
Yeah, well,
I'm not game for dessert for breakfast. Well, I mean, it's tasty every once in a while. Thanks for the super chat there, so. But yeah, you know, it's crazy. Like, you go to like a breakfast place here. At least I'm in Texas. It can vary depending on which state you're in, but here it's like traditional. The best thing I think I can order when I'm out here is like steak and eggs. I'm a big steak and eggs guy. But yeah, all the other stuff, pancakes, cereal, all that stuff's just straight up dessert. Like, just fueling your body with just tons of sugar. It's like, I want to die early, but it is delicious. You know? I will not deny that stuff is delicious. I get why people do it. Where is... There it is. And every once in a while, I'll partake. No bacon. Sometimes I'll do bacon. Yeah, hash brown I'm not a big fan of. What's your opinion of OpenDuas? You think it's more secure? I'm just like, use sudo. Plain sudo with written in C. It's been good for 20 years. I think it'll be good for 20 more. What is old Google? Oh, yeah. How I do this. So, I mean, so when I go to Google, does it do old Google by default? I can't remember. Yeah, so with old Google, you can specify the search entries. So instead of doing like AI mode, you see how it just get the search entries like old Google. I think, well, let me, I don't want to dox myself, so 1 second. See if I can't show this. Where are you at? Home. They're always changing crap. No. Nope. Ah, here we go. Old Google. How did I do that? Okay. Ah, okay, cool. Yep. Yeah, this is safe. All right, so what I do is I go into my settings. You can do this on any Chromium browser and change the search engine from Google to old Google. Now, when you specify the entry, what you do is you do this specific thing. I'm gonna actually paste it in chat because it's just too small to probably for y'all to see. This essentially gets rid of like AI, pictures, shopping, a variety of other things. So most people have like a basic ad block, but the default search in Google is just a cluster F. I should probably do a video on this, but essentially you take this and where it says %S is what the search term you're doing in for the query, and then it specifies only show web results. So then you don't have the Gemini autocomplete, you don't have shopping, you don't have any of the ads or any of the paid placements in the Google search, and then you just get old Google, you know, when Google didn't completely suck, where it'll just show you the results like it always did, like 15 years ago, I think is when it looked like that. So then you just get stuff like this. So when you're looking at arch-chroot, you only get the web entries with no sponsored entries, and you notice the first result is actually a valid one, and that's good. Probably another search term I'd probably do is like Google Reddit, where Google pays Reddit, I forget how many millions of dollars, but they pay them a lot of money to index their site, and they're the only search engine that does this, so you kind of need to use Google to search Reddit. So then let's say you want to find out whatever it is, but you want to see what they're saying it on Reddit. You could actually add the term space Reddit into that search term, so then when you get that, it would only show Reddit results, and you can probably search Reddit, and then you don't have any extra search. So it makes search a lot better. Now, I don't also search that way too. Sometimes I might use an LLM like Jippity here. I think, what was the other one I had on there? Oh yeah, Gemini, if I want to go that route. I don't mind using LLMs, but I don't like them integrated in my web search. I want to specify, hey, I want to use this LLM, so I have them set up under hotkeys for web apps, and then they're their own instance. So then when I'm done, I might look up, let's just use Jippity, arch-chroot how to, right? And then I'll be like, oh, okay, give me the basic usage. Okay, I got that, but let's take that over and turn next one. Oh, no, not Twitter, gross. And then I might take it here, and then I would type it all in over here, and that way I have kind of a good assistant. So I kind of like when I use an LLMs with this type of thing, I can actually look at it while I'm typing it in. It's good, just an efficient way I found to kind of approach it. But I don't like all integrated. Like a lot of people like AI browsers and those types of things. And I'm like, when I want to use AI, it's fine. But that's me choosing to. I don't want to be told to use it. Does that make sense? Yeah. Wallpaper source. I use it, as with everything, I try and put it on GitHub. So if you ever see something from me, there's a chance it's on my GitHub. So if you go github.com, Titus Tech, I think it called this Nord background. Yeah, Nord background. So this is a collection of just Nordic wallpapers that I was like, oh, these are nice. So let me paste that in. I think who did that? Was that Google, or was that? Yeah, it was YouTube. Here you go, YouTube. There's Nord background for you. Yeah, I mean, I think AI can be good in certain instances, but it's not the end all be all. You got to know it. It's just it's a tool to use. That's it. Oh my God, Opera GX. Nobody do that. Don't get me started on Opera GX. Oh my God. What's Rosman up to? A consumer wiki. I'm interested. Lewis has done a lot of great stuff. Cool dude as well. Still use Edge, Zen browser. You know what? I'm using Google Chrome. So who am I to tell you your browser sucks? Well, except for you Opera users. Your browser sucks. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. Oh. On Google Chromium can be good. If you're not using a Google account for anything, I think on Google Chromium makes a lot of sense. I'm obviously heavily integrated into Google because of YouTube and many other aspects. I can't really use on Google Chromium. Thoughts about building your own hosted AI? I think in the future that's going to be where it's at, but I'm kind of waiting to see what the best hosted solution might end up being in a couple years. Right now it's moving so fast, and all the AI companies are just giving everything out for free that are really well done, better than anything you can host. So I'm just waiting for it to kind of plateau, and once it plateaus, I'll probably do my own hosted thing. I do need to try the Helium browser. So I'm kind of interested to see what Helium. I've heard great things about Helium though. Do you prefer individual Gemini GPT subscriptions or an aggregate like OpenRouter? I don't do any AI subscriptions at all. I don't pay any monthly fee. I'm just against subscriptions, period. I hate subscription models. I think SaaS, or software as a service, was a mistake. We need to go back. I think that's just an awful thing. So I don't mind using the freemium models where you can just sign up and you get like 5 or 10 requests a day or whatever it is. And then when I'm done with those requests, I just don't use it anymore. I'll just switch to another one. We got so many options. I was like, I don't care. So I don't spend any money any month on any AI, period. I don't think you should subscribe to any of it. Just use the free stuff. And then when those runs out, just switch to another one. There's plenty on the market that are decent. You're good to go. But paying money, subscription for all time to use something, I just can never sign up for that. Subscription models are nice for things like Patreon or directly funding development. I agree, and I do that here personally, but I want to make sure people know it's optional. Like, you should never feel compelled to like, hey, you can't use my products unless you pay me money every month. I don't feel right about that. And I get why companies do it because it's good for funding, but I just, on its head, I think at the end of the day, you need to produce something. And then once you produce it, you can sell that thing for a set cost. And then it's that thing forever for them. And they can download it and they can use it for as long as that works. Now, updates and other stuff, I get why people charge for them. I personally try to roll everything into that original cost. As long as I can do that, I will. And then, yeah, you know, that's just my thought process. But then again, a lot of the stuff I make is community driven. So I'm kind of relying on everybody else too to contribute and tell me the issues and other stuff. So getting all the feedback from people, I find I'm much better than what would a big company would be looking at, where their feedback cycles and their development cycles and sprints would be just so much longer, where I could do it in a day, what would take them months. And I think that's pretty cool. So I have a really good blend of all that. HP has a subscription for printers. Oh my god. Yeah, most printer brands now pretty rough. I think, oh, if I had to recommend one, probably Brother's the only one I know that you can use generic cartridges with right out of the gate anymore. I know HP went that way. Konica Minolta went that way, where they started blocking third-party toner. I'm not sure about Canon or Epson. I haven't heard those names in a bit, so I don't know if they're any good anymore. I don't think they were very good last time I looked at them. So these days, I'm almost all Brother printers if I have to go with anything. I don't like ink at all. I like just straight black laser, and that's it. Imagine buying a toaster and getting ads on the touchscreen. That's amazing. Epson's still good. Okay, well, that's good. That's good. Yeah. All right, let's see what we got from old Linux utility. So we're all up to date, but I wanted to see what all the contributions were, because I know we've had some PRs over here on Linutil. Only 6 though, not that many. So I'm kind of curious of what we got. Game emulators, October 2025. Has anything been done with this? Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, it's kind of gone back for... Yeesh. Man, he's gone back and forth. What's the code look like is a better question. Ooh, 1,363 lines. It's a bit rough, but the structure here looks actually okay. Dolphin. Gopher. Yeah, he did all right. I don't see any redundancy. Okay. So he just was adding all these for emulators. I guess that's fine. I don't see anything bad here. Just a little addition here at the end of the markdown files. Entries. We probably, I think we actually built out during the cargo compile to automatically sort everything. So this is fine. That looks good. We'll do a compile just since it's such a big change, but it's mostly just adding the files. Let's go ready for review. Squash and merge. Let's see what we get. Yeah, flat pack. It's fine. We could always change it in the future. Because most of the bash scripting and the structure of it look good. So let's do a build and run. Ooh. New cargo progress bar looks kind of cool. I'm digging it. All right, so let's go gaming. Okay. Multi-system, PlayStation, Xbox, Sega. Probably would do... Is that alphabetized? Yeah, that's all. No, that's not alphabetized. Do we have... there it is. I think it's sort. Yeah. Let's do a cargo run again. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that alpha script I did that automatically sorts everything in alphanumeric and our TOML files works great. So much faster. All right, so that's all fixed. Do I like that? I think we break it down into just emulators. I don't like those being... Yeah, I don't like those all being there like that. TOML. Let's go gaming. Yeah. Let's delete that. That looks fine. Fine. We can leave that. Why is PCXX there? Yeah, that's fine. Did Yazoo ever get shut down? I think it was. I forget. Let's do a sort TOML. Alright, great. Now cargo run. I just want this a little more succinct and look better. So in the gaming tab. Oh, I missed Xbox emulators, didn't I? Ah. There we go. Perfect. Now, I like that. So then you got all your emulators in one spot. If you know, you know. I guess you could add more to that. Like, there's no alphabetics, though. Let's fix that. I think our script is not alphabetizing quite right. Let's add sort TOML. TOML files. Oh, where are you at? Sort TOML files. And a tab. And gaming directory. Let's see what's going on there. Let's undo that. Torval's a vibe coder now. There's some things that make sense when using LLMs, and with enough parameters, it can be very good. Like, you need to learn it. It's just certain things, you know.
Let's see. Let me see the structure here. There's something in here. I feel like this. Oh, no. See, I screwed this one up. Undo. I was about to screw up my toml sort. That's no bueno. Okay, so that's our working one. Anywho, let's fix this. This is our emulators. Let's put this up here just so we see if the sort fixes it. This is just a custom script I do for Fallout 76 that actually I need to improve that script to auto detect the Steam directory, I think, and then also it automatically updates via my GitHub repo for Fallout, where I, instead of doing Nexus mods and all that crap like the peasants on Windows do, what I did is I created a mod installer that just automatically grabs all the mods and then detects the directory and then just places and configures everything in a single click. So then you're not sitting there constantly unzipping or did that install correctly. It's just, I wanted it to where I can install it on my Steam Deck, my PC here, or pretty much any Linux box install. It doesn't work on the Windows side of things. I guess I could do a conversion script for that. But I mean, I don't know. How many people actually play Fallout on Windows? Is that really even a thing anymore? Anywho, let's see how this does. Perfect. It moved it. And resorted all our directories. Perfect. And we'll just say that's git sorting. Yeah, we'll commit. Oh man, I watched an interview with Ron Perlman. Dude, he yeah, I think he said he got paid $40 and got a sandwich for doing the very first voiceover in Fallout. Such a cool guy. All right, let's do cargo run, and that should all look great. I'm still kind of disappointed. Like Fallout 4 had no Ron Perlman voiceover. You know what I'm saying? Feels like a little bit of an injustice. That's not. It's not alphabetical. What? That's not alphabetical at all. Manually. Six, but it is not sorting the data.entries under emulators. Check the sort toml files on sh to see what the issue is. Let's see what it changes this time around. I think it'll get us where we need to be. There's a lot of comments in this code, too. We need to clean this up. I know, I was really expecting a lot of people to roast me for being a Fallout 76 enjoyer. But funny enough, a lot of people are like, you know what? There's worse things you could have played. Could have been a League of Legends player. Then I would have been judged. Oh, man. This looks like typical LLM crap. It's kind of ugly. All right. Clean up the code. Remove any unneeded lines. Refactor and make it readable. Yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see what it can actually do. Sometimes when you do this, it actually adds lines of code, and you're like, really? Dal, thanks for becoming a member, man. Again. Nice. Well, good to be back. Oh, hello from Morocco. Man, I wish I had you guys' weather. It's supposed to get really cold here. All right. Removal of 81 lines. I like it. Uh-huh. Okay, let's just make that more succinct. All right. Better organization, extracted helper functions, clearer variable names, remove redundancy, and we added better comments, cleaner logic. All right. Now, what I want to see is this flycast to go up and see the reorganization. Let's see what this does now. All right. This totally screwed up everything. It didn't work at all. This messed up the sorting where it did not retain the data entries under their parent data. That's hilarious. Yeah, you need to fix that. I love LLMs because I can eat my breakfast while it tries to code it. Will it get there? Maybe. But will it get there without being a hot mess? All right. He didn't change anything. Okay. Okay. Well, before you do that, That's hilarious. It also screwed up all these over here. Let's discard these changes too. The beauty of Git. Everyone's always like, what programming language should I buy? Or learn. Like Git. Learn Git. Git is what you're looking for. All right. Save entry block. Was it just that one line was missing? Alright. Now we get that. Now if we look at the tab data, should only be the gate working data from here. Yes. No, that's wrong. What? What? Wait, no, that's okay, we're fine. That's commented out. So that's still okay. Bee, Sinus, Dolphin, Fly, Cast, Gopher. Yes. That looks like a winner. Beautiful. Now let's double check it. And go to gaming, emulators. Perfection. And now I can just run that toml sort anytime I need to resort the toml files. Fantastic. Fix sorting and clean up toml sort bash script. All right, done and done. Next up, what else do we have? Sorry, I got a little sidetracked on the game emulators, but I was like, sure, let's add it. Install Mesa and Novu for older. Well, you don't really want to do it this way. This actually looks wrong, just based on the description. Oh, and he wants to touch my beloved art script. See, I already reviewed it in December. I was like, Bashism and shell check needed to be cleaned up. Nah, he never came back to it. Close. Not even gonna look at that code. Koi, by the way. All right, that works for me. So this is still me, just a new username. Is it you? Is it really you, Adam? I don't know. Do I trust it? I don't know. What do we think, chat? Do we trust this? Switching Adam out to Koi. I might be getting, what is it called? Catfished? Somebody's taking over. Although I haven't seen Adam in a couple months, so I don't know. It does look a little sus, though. But I haven't actually talked to Adam. Trust nothing, question everything, Balthazar. Right you are. I think we hold it until Adam confirms it. Yes, I agree. I agree. That is the correct way. Let's make a comment. Confirm this is you, Adam, in Discord. Thanks, man. Conform. Nope, still not the right. All right, we'll just correct that. Trust nothing. I agree with that statement. All right, remove duplicate entry. I like these. Oh, I love PRs that delete code. That's actually not being sarcastic. That's actually a good thing. Oh, we duped. Did we dupe it? Oh, it is duped. Oopsies. I must have fat fingered that one. Yeah, whatever. Squash and merge. Probably should have labeled that. Alright. Universe Android Debloater to 1.2. Oh, I think this is actually completely changed. Is Universal Android Debloater? Alright, let's go releases. What are they at now? I do love the Android Debloat. It is 1.2. Alright. UAD-NG. If you don't know it, watch my debloat video on it. If you're an Android user and you haven't debloated your Android phone, what do you just hate your life? Well, I have something for you. Alright, that's an old one. Yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah, this was just a year or two ago. Yeah, UAD-NG. Yes, this is what you need to do. Oh, man, I got this new workflow, too. I want to show this, too. This is cool. So I've got a new thing I like to do. It's kind of AI-ish, but not in the way most people know it. So I've been making these articles forever. But the problem with articles is usually that they're pretty light on information, and I usually just bullet point them enough to where I can just talk about it in the video and just riff off the top of my head without having a... I failed English class, guys. I'm not a writer. So the cool thing is, so you fill all this out. I'm like, okay, great. But I want to clean this up a little bit. So instead of AI cleaning it up, because they'll just hallucinate and make up a bunch of crap, right? We're going to just grab all the subtitles from the video. Export, copy. Right. That's a terrible title for this video, too. Improved phone battery life. Let's fix that, too. This is like my new thing. All right, we'll paste that in. Again, we're just using free models. Nothing too terrible here. Let's grab the key points for this. We're going to first summarize this video, add some timestamps, right? Gravy. All right, perfect. Let's edit this. Just call it key moments. Boom. Screwed up the spacing. Sometimes it does that. What do we got? It's a pretty short video. Perfect. All right, so then we got timestamps tossed in there. Now, let's write an engaging title based on the subtitles above that will have good engagement. Let's see, what do we got? Your Android should last 3 or 4 days. Here's why it doesn't. Bam. Love it. That's exactly what the video's about. Improved battery life. Terrible, Chris. Terrible. All right. Let's fix this description now. Now write a YouTube description outlining over the content and the subtitles. Make it short and concise. Boom. Perfect. All right. We still got the website guide. Boom. Got a good little tagline, tutorials, gives a little bullet point. No rooting required. You just use ADP. Completely reversible. Perfection. And GitHub link pinned in comment. Pretty sure that's right. We'll just leave that out because we got the website guide with all the links. All right, perfect. Save that. And now we need to take this article and expand it. Let's go website 2024. What was this called? Android Debloater. Where are you at? It's always kind of funny to see. Universal Android Debloater. There it is. Based on the subtitles. Fix this. Hugo MD page to reflect and expand any points talked about. Make it clear and concise. Bloop. Paste this in. It'll use the subtitles pasted earlier. Go through and say, hey, what do we got here? Fixes the title up. Expands the tags out. Privacy debloat. Categories Android. Nice. Keeps the bullet points. Was it written in Rust? Let's double check that. Make sure it didn't hallucinate that. You gotta always keep an eye on it. Yep, it was written in Rust. Alright, easy to pre-install. That's good, that's good. ADP, USB cable, 15-20 minutes. Installation. All that is correct. Man, I like that. That is solid. Expands. It's cool how it can read almost everything in the video just from the subtitles. Yeah. Jeez. That is impressive. And then we just take this, paste it in, boop. And we are now up to date. So now you see what the old article looked like. Right here. Now let me show you what this does when we update this. Update Universal Android. Comment. Let's commit that. Oh, that's so much better. Dude, Skynet is totally coming for us. All right, let's push the changes. And now we've rewritten all of that. Way better title, way clearer. You now have an expanded description, and there's just a couple little inaccuracies as we were reading through, but think of how much time that just saved, and we get a much better result for the end user, and it's much more detailed. So let's finish this out, delete that. But again, I don't pay for any of this. It's just boom, there you go. So use the free version, and then you can always fall back to like Olama local. That's good. You can use the GPT, but you don't need to pay for any of this stuff. That's the thing that I don't get. Like, they're pretty much just giving it away for free. So now this is the expanded article. Let's take a look. You can already see these are vastly expanded with setting it up, launching the tool, important notes, disabling, and then even troubleshooting. So you have the key features. All this is pretty much the same, but the original article kind of stopped there. And now look at how much this expands the install process. Pretty damn good. Then it's much easier to find the GitHub release page, setting it up, enabling developer options, QS debugging. I mean, that is just solid. I've done this a bunch, so I'm double checking the numbers. And that is so much. Like, I would have never taken the time to write all this. That is so cool. And they grabbed all this just from my subtitles. So I don't power it through like, hey, make an article. I make a video that shows everything and spits it all out. But I understand some people don't want to watch a video. And then it takes that 10-minute video, and then I'm like, hey, expand all these bullet points, which I use to make the video, but then I give context around while I do it. And then I take that, and then it goes back in and fills all that out in the actual article. So it's pretty good. We do have some spacing issues here that we need to fix. But overall, chef's kiss. That is solid. Wow. So good. Let's fix that markdown spacing. Actually, let's just keep it spaced like so. That's fine. Fix spacing. That was the only error. Done. That's pretty cool. VS Code extensions. I got like 10 of them. Most of them are just linters, though, for programming languages. I don't really use anything too crazy. What happened to the Mango WC stream? Oh, crap. We should probably do that, too. Well, let me finish these PRs in Linutil, and then let's make a release, shall we? Let's not talk about politics now, guys. That's the ultimate. I just call politics adult brain rot. If you can't change it, and you can't influence it, what's the use of worrying about it? You know what I'm saying? Don't fill your brain up with trash. But Titus, I like to be informed. Right. I mean, honestly, if there was a nuke heading for the world right now, like let's say just a giant asteroid was going to go and life was going to end on this Earth, would you really want everyone to know about it? I'm just saying, probably not. People would just lose their minds. It would be much better if nobody knew about it. Just going about your day-to-day life and then just pow. It's over. I think that is the way to go. Worry about the things you can control. Don't worry about the giant asteroid in the sky that's gonna come down and kill us all. I mean, that is a problem for another day. And it's not like you can do anything about it except worry. So come on now. I'm just saying. All right. Did we accept that pull request? Man, I went on a tangent just from one pull request, and I didn't even add the review. It was like, oh yeah. The release did get updated. All right, let's go. Okay, Koi. Okay. All right. I'm pretty sure that's Adam. Could be wrong. I'll just have him confirm it though. Like I said, always trust and verify. Okay, what do we got? Oh my God. 1,700 new lines of code. What's in the new? I do like the new look. Look at that. That's pretty. That is very pretty, I will say. Let's see what the workflow's got. Oh, we got some resolve conflicts. Oh, that's just the TOML file, though. That's easy. All right, what are we changing here? Okay, start script. This is a cache, which is fine. Includes, we're just bundling a PNG file. Perfect. Dependencies, that's fine. ICO, PNG. Okay, here we go. Changes in the confirmation. Rust. Looks like we're just grabbing in theme color and adding theming properly. I like it. Perfect. Widgets, padding. Very readable. I like it so far. I like how he's breaking these apart. Although, oh, because this used to be raw and we're switching it to styled. Okay. Ordered. We now have the styling. Grabbing all these in. Man, Abs did a good job on this. Tell already. Interacts. Search input size. This is kind of janky how we were doing it before. This is better. Enter Y. All right, and this is, okay, the logo. I like how that's a new file. We're doing the logo Rust file. Oh, what kind of shenanigans we got going on over here? He's taking like the PNG file and then doing a draw. Huh. Thing I'm not sure about. Is that gonna render in TTY? Well, I guess there's one way to find out. That looks cool though. Yeah, just adding theming here. That looks good. Failed. Bordered set. Man, that looks cool though. Getting rid of label blocks and stuff over here. Theming. Nice. Much more readable too. I like how this is, see, hey, this is just good styling. Not a whole lot changed here, but look how instead of all in one line, he breaks this out. So you can just toss all this in one line. It would be .bg, .fg, .bold, all right here at the end of the style default. But it's so much better and more readable like this. Having readable code is nice. It makes for code review so much better. I appreciate that. I like it. All right. Now for system info. Oh, yeah, he was doing a new system info Rust file. Let's see, nothing crazy there. And then this is the theming. I almost like this better. It does require nerd font to be installed, but it's really cool that it's broken out into the theme file. And I kind of like it. I approve this. This looks good. It's not just an image. There's colors too. We do have some problems with linting. Let's resolve the conflicts with the system tab first. Let's see. New design. Current change. Incoming change. What? Okay. What a crazy. It was just a spacing conflict. I'm surprised it couldn't automatically do that. All right. So that's fine. Where's my lint? Huh. We had some linting errors. Let's check this out before we go any further. I won't just do a squash and merge on this one. Oh yeah, a lot of people think I'm on Cache, but I'm just using the repo. It's kind of funny. Hell, some people still think I'm on Hyperland. But I mean, I can see that. Like when it comes down to Alright, let's check this bad boy out. I did make a video on Hyperland. And I totally understand that. Alright. So, let's see what the build looks like. Let's make sure it builds first. Oh, you cleared the failures? Okay, good stuff, Abs. It looked good, man. That looked like when you were texting me and like saying, "Hey, man, Rust is kind of insane." I was like, "Bro, I get it." Rust can sometimes look super ugly. It just depends. But you did a good job. The code was very clear. I was really worried I was gonna get like spaghetti string code where it's just like all over the place, because Rust can look super ugly if people are not paying attention. And just kind of, because you can lump a lot into one line and just make some atrocious looking code. But that looked beautiful. That looked good. Let's do a cargo check. And we'll probably also do a cargo format too. Cargo FMP. Oh, actually, what's our publish look like? I can't remember. Oh, not that. Oh, heck. Well, let's go cargo tomer. And let's go core. Today's the... What is it? The 22nd? Yeah. Fix that. I should have just done cargo. Cargo lock. Oh. I messed that up. I missed the year, didn't I? Ah, man, it's so fired. Gosh, idiot. All right, we got the year now. Let's build that out. We're gonna run it, see how it looks. I like it. All right, now the true tale of the tape. Are you ready for this? This is where this gets spicy. We're going to the TTY. What does this look like from a TTY perspective? As this is also... Oh, that's cool. Oh, man, now that's cool. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, that puts a smile on my face. Dang. That looks top notch. Abs, you've outdone yourself with this one. That was beautiful. Holy smokes. That's awesome. Yeah, that's why he removed the folder icons, because they wouldn't show up right. Very nice. Oh, I do have a change here. Maybe when I did... What was it? Check? Only unstable. Oh. What am I missing? What's the FMT format command? Yeah, hell, I can't even remember. Why am I having a problem with that? I swear there was a format command. Why am I drawing a blank? Yeah, go ahead and shoot away, gaming. I always like answering questions about the old website. Clippy. Yes, thank you, Duo. I don't know why I couldn't remember Clippy, man. There was another format command. I just cannot remember off the top of my head. I think it's under my publish command, though. Let me look. What was it? Okay, this is the publish. Do the sort. You test it. Do the build. Cargo FMT -- check. That's what I was looking for. Okay. I thought this is what I did. Oh, this is just warnings. It actually ran the check. There's no errors. Okay. Well, nice. Let's see what changes it made during this, though. Oh, it's just the cargo lock, the versioning, which gravy, and then the logo. It went ahead and brought this up in during the format stage, which is fine, I guess. I liked how you did it this way, though. I liked the breakout of the lines. I guess Clippy did not. Oh well. So be it. See why it did that. Okay. The version and FMT. Commit, sync. Gravy. All right. Dude, that was awesome. That was such a cool commit, I gotta say. All right, let's let that go through. These should all come back green. We're just gonna make sure the linting is good, and then We'll squash and merge, switch back to main, publish. And then we'll make a new version. Have you tried Yazzie? Oh, yeah. I saw a comment about Yazzie, Peter. It looked really cool. Oh, this stupid Xtask docs. That's right. All right, fine. Fine. We'll do document generation real fast. Say what? Sure, it's fine. All right, I think it was just the docs generation. I always like to get the green checkbox. Makes me feel good. Let's try one more time with feeling this time. I know some people don't like unit tests. I think you could overdo unit tests, but I don't know. I think it really helps with standardization in a project. So you don't have like bashisms that make it in. You don't have, obviously, if your project fails to compile, you should always have that lint in there as well. But shell check can be annoying on unit testing, so sometimes I'm like, shell check's not great. But I think as far as linting and rust checks, obviously always do that. Hey, it's gonna get cold here. People are freaking out. We're gonna get snow. Apparently, we're gonna get snow or sleet this weekend. People are freaking out here in Texas. Oh man. Now, I remember when I first moved to Texas. I'm from a little up north, old Kansas boy, born and raised. I remember I was like, why isn't anybody driving out in this? Is they scared? What's the deal? Like, you just drive a little slower? No big deal, right? Well, I remember about 5 years after I moved here, I was driving home from work because I was like the only guy there, and I was like, And I see this big old pickup truck hauling behind me. I'm like, look at this idiot. And before I even finished the sentence, because he was driving like 70 or 80 miles an hour, he loses control, fishtails, shoots across. So this is like a 10-lane highway, shoots across the highway, and there's one other car on the road going 20 miles an hour on the highway. I was also like, that idiot's going too slow. So the idiot going too fast, fishtails, shoots over 5 lanes, T-bones the guy going 20 miles an hour. That's also an idiot for going too slow. And I was just like, yeah, okay. This is why people don't get out when it snows or ices in Texas. It's not the weather. It's all the idiots that don't know how to drive in the snow and ice that you got to worry about. It's the drivers. So pro tip, if you're from the north and you get up here and you're like, why are all these Texans freaking out about the weather? That's why. It's the drivers that you got to worry about. They do not know how to drive in any sort of inclement weather whatsoever, especially if it has anything to deal with the cold. DFW here. I'm prepared to stay for 2 days. Smart. Big brain thinking there, Space Wolf. Don't be like me, or at least my younger me. These days, I'm the same way. I'm just like, it's okay.
I can walk to the places I need to go. All right, we're nice and clear. I think we are ready for a release. So let's switch back to main. Let's pull these changes. Let's do a final run. Make sure everything looks good. New up-to-date versioning. Look how beautiful that is. Thank you, abs. My goodness. I can't emphasize how amazing that is. I think we need to name this new release the abs GUI release, or TUI theme release. God, I'm wordplay in progress. What are we thinking for a title there? Oh, so many choices. All right, well, let's issue a release and run. Why is Kansas known for Wizard of Oz and Superman? That's all they have going for it, Peter. Well, not all, though. Kansas also has the biggest ball of twine in the world. Facts. Oh, I guess they have the Kansas City Chiefs, too. When I lived there, they sucked. I'm not a sports guy, so, yeah. Yeah, we aren't in Kansas anymore. Such a great line from Office Space. Fun fact, Office Space, in the opening of Office Space, when he's driving, a lot of Office Space was shot in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And when he's on that opening intro before, I think it's the title screen, he's on 635 and there's D&T in the cross section. In the right-hand side, you'll see 3 towers. One says Atmos on it, and other one's, I used to work in the center tower for like 10 years. So my office building that I used to work in at my office job was in the title intro of Office Space. Yeah, good times. Yeah, Dallas, JFK's assassinated. That's actually pretty cool. They got a little memorial over there. A lot of scammers, though. You got to watch out. There's always somebody hustling, like, watch this unseen documentary of JFK getting shot. The internet tries to hide this section. It can be yours for $40 US, cash only. There's those individuals, if you ever come to Dallas, just be like, I appreciate you, man, but nah, I'm not interested. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I totally missed you gaming. Why this is doing? Let's see what you had going. My bad. You know me. Sometimes. Okay. How much was your domain and how much do you pay a month or a year? To who and for what? I wanted to build my website and I want to know what pricing is good and cheap and not worth it. This is a great question. I actually did a video on my channel a while back about hosting. Man, this has been like 6-7 years ago. 6-7. Damn teenagers. Sorry. About $10 a year for the domain. And everything's hosted through Cloudflare, and you don't need to pay them anything. You just do a static site through Cloudflare pages, and I want to say, like my site uses about 1 to 2 terabytes of bandwidth a month, so quite a bit of bandwidth. I know Bazite also hosts theirs through Cloudflare pages. I don't know if they want me to tell this information, but I already brought it up. I think they use about a petabyte of bandwidth a month. And Cloudflare does not charge them. That's pretty wild. So I was worried about my terabyte of bandwidth I was using a month. And old Bazite team holy smokes, they are blowing the doors off of old Cloudflare. So, yeah. So $10, not a month, a year. $10 a year is what you should pay, and not pay anything per month with 0 usage charges. So you're not going to touch anything what I just said. Yeah, just use a static site. So you can use Hugo. You could do Astro. You can do, dude, you can do so much with Cloudflare pages. Like, the only thing you can't do is like a really crappy WordPress site using a lamp stack. But I mean, what? Like, nobody's doing that. Well, I mean, there's definitely people doing it, but those are people that are gonna not be with it. We're not gonna have jobs. You know, these are gonna be the future unemployed of America. The WordPress designers that never updated their resume. They need to update their resume because, dude, be learning something new. Your time is nigh. Oh, my cousin's website's WordPress on DigitalOcean. Man, really living in the 2010s, are we? Oh, God, that brings me back. But yeah, just get a domain for like $10. Cloudflare, free. That's the way to go. It's just so crazy that people are doing these monthly. Like, they're having a lot. Here's the thing. Like, you're paying monthly to have a slower website, which will rank you lower in Google. So you're literally paying to have slower user experience, worse rankings, and thirdly, you have terrible security. Everyone knows WordPress websites typically have like, what, 10, 20 plugins? Most of them. Very rarely do they ever get updated. They see tons of CVEs every single day, if not every single hour. It's like the worst platform ever built. It was fine at the time. It got us by, but there is a better way. And frankly, just pick any of them. I don't care. There's so many static sites. There's so many different CMS options. There's just a ton of different options. Like, there's a slew of things to do other than WordPress. The fact that a majority of web developers still use WordPress in 2026 blows my mind. I am like, these people are going to be the homeless people that I'm going to have to get them some water bottles, because that's where they're going to be. If you are a WordPress designer, mark my words, in the next couple years, you will be out of the job. You will no longer be employed unless you expand your skill set. So don't be that guy that goes, WordPress is going to be here forever. It's going to keep doing lamp stacks. No, you've been on borrowed time. You needed to learn this stuff yesterday. AI is going to take your job because it's going to do a better job than you. Honestly, it would do a better job than you today. So I know a lot of people love the AI, oh my God, AI is stupid. It can't do anything. Nope. If you're a WordPress engineer, AI is already better than you. Straight up. Facts. It's going to do a better job than you'll ever do designing a website. So, I always go on a WordPress rant. Every time I see WordPress, I'm like, time to kick that dead horse one more time. AI is falling apart already. Not really. AI is doing a great job if you're good at using the tools. It's a tool to be used. It's not a replacement. It depends on the job that you give it. Like, AI is not a one size fits all. If you're good at using AI, you can drastically improve your productivity. But here's the thing. You have to already have some kind of knowledge and know the fundamentals of what to ask and prompt and change in it to use the tool properly. Like, maybe 5% of the population knows those things. So for 95% of the people, AI sucks. It's terrible. It's falling apart. I don't doubt that that's your experience. But for me, dude, it's like I hired 20 people and I'm just killing it. It's amazing. So everybody has a different experience with AI, but don't think that it's not going to go anywhere, and it's just going to completely, yeah, it's a bubble. It's going to pop. They're marketing it as anybody can use it. It's going to replace all humans. We're all going to just rely on the government for paychecks. No, we're not. What kind of dystopian crack are people on? Like, one, you have to have some kind of job. Like, that's like purpose. Like, humans need purpose. So, one, even if that were a thing, which it's not, but even if it were a thing, it still wouldn't work. And then, like, I mean, just the simple psychology of humans going into that, it just, no, it just falls apart as soon as you take 2 seconds to critically think about it. So the fact that point's regurgitated by many people, I'm just like, what are you guys on? You're crazy. You're smoking crack. Okay, but anyways, that's not going to happen because, as I said, AI really is a decent tool for about 5% of the population. The rest of the people, I mean, it could maybe replace Google search for mass, maybe. But it's still not great for search. Sometimes I rely on Google search still. And, yeah, that's it. That's it. And I don't get it. I don't get it. So, yeah, I mean, you can continue watching the AI videos of tech fluencers or whoever the hell it is online on YouTube. It's like, AI's awful. I tried vibe coding for 30 days and it made a crappy program. I'm like, all right, well, you can't just give it the wheel. You gotta clean that crap up and still maintain code properly. But I mean, if you do it well, I mean, it's a fantastic tool. But that's just one use case. It's just not. It's not as it's marketed to the masses. It's just not that. It's just a simple tool that expedites essentially like a giant Wikipedia. That's a great Google search, so I don't have to go on Stack Overflow anymore. That's it. That's all it does. Sometimes it gives me bad prompts. Sometimes it gives me good prompts. But the fact is, I can get a whole bunch of code examples super fast. It's amazing. It's a tool. That's all it is. It's just like an extra extension in your browser. It's not the new internet. It's not going to revolutionize humans. But it's a hell of a lot better than using Stack Overflow and Google all the time. I mean, I think there's still instances where those make sense still, where it doesn't even give you the proper answer. Like, all right, I guess I have to look this one up. But 9 times out of 10, it does, and it's fine. So, like, it's not like a black and white as everyone makes it out to be. It's not like it's going to replace humans, and it's completely worthless. As with most things in the world, it's just somewhere in between. Anyways, I got triggered by a comment. My fear is the bubble won't pop, just slowly deflate and drag on hardware shortages. I think that's a very, very rational fear, man. We'll see. I think, like, I don't think it'll be as bad as, like, the .com crash. Now, this is just totally speculation. This is just my opinion. Let me just put this out there. I know sometimes it'll be like, well, Titus said it. It must be facts. I'm like, no. So this is an opinion. But here's my opinion on the AI bubble. It's not going to be as bad as, like, the .com crash, because that was just hyperinflating all these companies up. The thing that most people, I think, forget about this section, yes, that's still happening with the massive, like, circular financing and all the stuff you've read online and watched YouTube videos about. Yes, that's all happening, and those are concerns. And yes, it is a bubble. But the big thing here is there's a ton of capital from Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple, Google. These companies are not just small mom and pop going to the bank and getting loans. These are massive trillion-dollar companies with tons of liquidity. So they should be able to absorb some of the pop. Now, having said that, it's not lost on me that 40 or 50% of, like, the S&P 500 is all AI. So we're still going to see a massive drawdown in the market. But I don't think it's going to be as crazy. It's not going to be like a depression level pop. That's just my take on it. That's my opinion. Don't sue me. Don't sue me, bro. Not financial advice is what the finance finfluencers would say. Yeah. So yeah, I think like mortgage-backed securities and stuff from like the 2009s was a much bigger scandal, and honestly, some of that's still going on today. But neither here or there. Sorry. Anyways, in 10 or 15 years from now, will LLMs write code and will be correct 9 times out of 10? Well, I got a good answer for that, gaming. Depends on who's asking. It's simple. LLMs cannot decide the framework, cannot decide the entire structure. I think people will get better at using LLMs as a tool to make better code happen. And depending on the user, it might be right 9 out of 10 times. But there's going to also be users that don't know enough, that don't know the frameworks, that don't know what code looks like. And they will be still wrong probably 5 out of 10 times. I still think they're going to be able to vibe code some kind of crap and just throw it in the ether, but it's going to fall apart pretty quick because of security concerns, the code's spaghetti, it's almost impossible to maintain, you incur tons of tech debt. All those things are still a problem, and they will remain a problem for now and to the foreseeable future. There's just no way to fix the glitch in that regard. So that's my thought process. Do you think AI could replace artists and musicians? Oh, Gaz. That's a good one too. Like, I would say definitively no a year ago. And the problem I had was I think it was Thanksgiving, and I was talking to my brother-in-law, and he's a musician. He had a group. They even sold like their title of their group and everything. I think they made like $10,000 or $20,000. The group did, and they even toured a little bit. So not like a complete nobody of a musician, but never made it big in the musician sphere. But he's played and been in groups and bands for 30, 40 years. And I was like, no, there's no way, man. I just don't see artists and musicians get replaced. And he's like, I wanted to say the same thing, but let me play you a couple songs, and I want you to tell me what your thoughts are. I'm not going to say it's AI or not. I'm just going to let you play. And he started playing some of the songs, and it was pretty good. It wasn't that bad. And some of them with, I think, proper prompting and some of the word choices, there was obviously a lot of massaging that happened to make that song as good as it was. But at the end of the day, it was AI that made it with human assistance. And they did a good job. So it's as much as I say it can't replace musicians, I think to a certain degree there's still gonna be, I think, a musical talent there that has to do the prompting, that goes, okay, that didn't sound quite right, it's missing this tempo, and we're gonna, I don't know music, by the way, so I'm probably gonna butcher it. I'm gonna sound like Elon Musk here and just throw a bunch of fancy musical terms out there and pretend like I know something. But the thing is, there's going to be a musician that knows enough about like music theory and other things that are going to be able to prompt AI and make something that's pretty good. It's really good. Now, like YouTube and all that, oh man, that's where it gets a little dicey. I think for shorts, I think there's a lot of choice there, or TikToks. I think AI really has already shown that can be very lucrative. That's a whole different bag of worms. Yeah. Well, so that's what I used to think. I used to regurgitate that same line, Peter, about it's all derived from music composed by people with a soul. But the problem is, if a musician takes something and plays it, I would play what he sent, but I mean, I'm going to get copy striked almost immediately. But essentially what it was the song he played, and someone probably in chat would know this, and if you want to listen to it, they took the lyrics from an existing song from the 90s, I want to say. It was like Godsmack or one of the heavy metal ones, and they turned it into a country It was like a blend of country, hip hop. It was such a weird change in the music. It was hard to place my finger on it, but it sounded very unique, very original. And I was like, oh wow, that's really, really good, and the lyrics were great. And he was like, yeah, that was. No, it was Pantera. It was Pantera, what it was, and it was a Pantera song from the '90s, and it was done under a country. Was the main thing, but it just had this sound that was amazing, and it was AI, and I was just blown away. At the end of it, I was just like, that was crazy, and it had like a familiarity to it, but it was so good. And then he was like, yeah, that was Pantera set in country form. And I was like, play it again. And then I played it again. I listened to it. I'm like, oh my God, it's crazy. So it wasn't original, but how it was done and how it was modified was wild. So I don't write it off. Don't say it just can't do it, because it can, but the thing is, it's not original, but it sounds original. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters. And there's something there, but it's wild. It is derived from humans, and humans still create it. Agreed. It doesn't just create it out of thin air. Like if you tried AI music, I mean, just here you go. Here's some AI music for you. I know I won't get struck for this one. Let's go. I think it was the start screen. And then I come here. Yeah. Oh, I think I muted that actually. Anyway. But there was a sound I used to have during that transition that was AI generated. It was just awful. People would hear it and go, "Oh, that is terrible. You need to replace that." I'm like, I know. It was a placeholder, and I just never got to it. I think I just removed the placeholder because I was like, the sound was so terrible. But when you actually do it, it's kind of crazy. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. It reminds me of the movie Hackers with that scene switch. This kind of goes back to how, what I was talking about earlier. You can take an original work of art and you can base it off of it, and then you can use AI and run away with it. You are actually exactly how I did the prompts. That's exactly what I did. Zero cool. So what I did was I took an original work of art, and no one wants to admit this because then the copyright people come after them. Like if someone came after me, I'd be like, I'm just gonna cut that whole thing. So like if you watch the final VOD afterwards, that entire transition gets thrown out. One, I just, whatever. But it was AI generated, and I was just like, I don't feel right about doing that, but I'll go ahead and do it for the start screen. But that start screen was originally created with the moving shot using the original idea from the Gibson scene in Hackers. So I took that and then I animated it, and then made it move, and then I overlaid an existing one so to span out for the transition. And it used an original work of art to make that entire animation. Now, if you paid someone to do that, I'm sure that'd be like thousands of dollars, or I didn't even know how much it would be. Way more than I'm paying for a live stream that very few people will watch. I thought, let's just make something cool with it. And that's what I ended up doing with it. But it was very neat. As far as AI slop and just prompting with a sentence, it's crap. Yeah, I saw a few videos about AI slop. There's a bunch of science videos. I think, who else did it? Was it Veritasium? Somebody did an AI slop video that was really big in the science community. And there's a bunch of other ones like that. So, anywho, yeah. I think it's good. Like, again, AI can be good as long as you have something to go off of and someone that's good at using the tool to get to the finished product. Both things need to happen, though. It can't just make stuff out of thin air, and it never will. I just don't ever see that happening. It needs something fed to it. And then it comes to, like, I'm afraid to use any of that because what are the copyright implications for that? Like, they're stealing original works of art and profiting from that original work of art.
shouldn't those original works of art be entitled to the money being made with that creation? I think yes. I think it's wrong that people are getting ripped off and not getting properly attributed. So like ChatGPT and OpenAI and all those companies with, Anthropic, they stole everyone's works of art. And those people are entitled to compensation, especially if they end up making money. Now, personally, I think OpenAI is going to go bankrupt. They're not going to exist in 5 years. I think, they don't have a viable business model. And that's just part of it. Now, I think in the time being, we're going to see some open source LLMs and other things that get pushed forward. But a lot of what we know today will change, as with everything else. Did this ever finish? OpenAI feels like the next Yahoo. Well put, Gabby. I agree. Well put. I think so. They don't know how to make any money on it, I don't think. All right, I think we finished with the release here. Let's see what we end up with. Linutil release 1/2020. Ooh, actually. Oh, you know what? This was a pre-release and I never made it the release. I'm so fired. All right. We're going to make that the release. We're going to step it up like two releases. Oh, that was a pre-release too. All right, let's just delete that release. Didn't have any changelog stuff in there anyways. Okay. Release. Let's clean this up. That looks good. All right. So this pre-release, we got the gaming emulators, fixed duplicate, universal, new Linutil design. All right, let's get that. Let's change that. We're gonna put that into feature. We're gonna just go straight to direct to release here. TUI Revamp Edition. We're gonna call this the Abs TUI Revamp Edition. That's the final name. Settling on it. All right, now let's see what we get. Now for launching the TUI, let's see how that works. Linux dev, let's see what we got. Oh, we need to do the publish as well, but you need to put this to cargo. Yeah. Oh, my bad. Okay. All right, let's publish that again. Okay. What was the XTAS docs? Update cargo sort workspace. All right. Publish. All right, cargo metadata, invalid leading 0 in minor version. Okay, so you can't do that. Let's fix that in the publish. Lame. guess, do we never? Yeah, well. Why did I exit? Let's go TUI. Okay. Oh, man. What do we got? I think what we'll have to do on the expected version, we're going to have to do some type of formatting for that to remove that leading 0. All right, fine. Publish, where you at? Can't do a leading 0 for minor versions. So we need to format the expected version.
Yeah, well,
today
the dude abides.
of our variable to not have any leading 0s. Fat bastard, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. See how much okay, just a simple set command. Okay. It's weird, it had two different solutions. It first did a set and then it was like, nah, this is cleaner. Okay. I like that. So, let's try format one more time. Pretty sure it'll fail just because we haven't, it's not working on a clean Git repo. Maybe not though. Yeah, music's Harris Heller, Stream Beats. He supplies a bunch of copyright-free music. It's amazing. I've been using it forever. Hey, checks passed. Published crates. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, that's what I thought. You gotta, yeah. I figured. All right, let's do it one more time. This one will work now. Yeah, I forget. I downloaded a bunch of these Nord-based wallpapers, and I just kind of go through and clean them up from every now and again. I need to add some more of those Nord theme wallpapers. I got a ton of them in there. I've pretty much cleared out all the ones I didn't like, I think. Why people using Hyperland over Nuri? Hyperland's been around for several more years. Has a lot more eyeballs. So it's marketing is the short answer to that. Nuri's interesting. A buddy of mine tried it. It's the scrolling window manager. I thought I'd hate it, and then I tried it for a little bit, and I was like, this is actually not that bad.
It was kind of cool. All right, so now we've published all of that to Crates.io. That looks fantastic. Now let's try our dev branch. So what this does is we should be able to curl it and sh directly in. Woo, doggies. That looks good. And now let's also test. Oh, I need to figure out how to update the AUR. Because I don't maintain those packages. Anywho. Yeah. Anywho. All right. Yeah, problem with Nuri, Chris likes DWM more. I know, DWM just works. There's something to be said for something just working. You know what I'm saying? So good. Alright, so this is the old one. Let's see if we can't update the preview as well while we're here. That did work great. Let's go release. Let's edit this. Where to put that? It's the latest release. Bam. That was cool. That was very, very cool. All right. What was I doing again? Got sidetracked. I blame Chad. Oh, the preview. That's right. What's going on here? Linutil environment. I would say this this unit test is not working. What the hell is that? I don't even remember what I put for that one. What's that called? Oh, that's Linutil release. Check for typos. Rust checks, Nix. No. Huh. Let's look. What is that? Let's see what this action is. I don't even know what. Linutil environment. View logs. Okay, it's... This is generate preview that's failing on. Let's fix this. Should be here. Yeah. Honestly, I think it's just a versioning issue. So if you look at, I think it was Nix actually. It does the same thing. Create pull request v7. Go to preview. Like, just not do that. Like, get rid of all the minor versioning.
kind of curious. Let's test it. Test this workflow, this GitHub action. Oh, nice. Career of being a programmer. Man, I think it's amazing. Programming is just so much damn fun. Set our default repo. All right, let's run this workflow. GitHub Actions, I swear I gotta like run 1,000 times. Watch this be the one that just runs right out of the gate. All right, let's see the watch on this. I think it's on the generate preview. I wonder, I think we can just monitor it in the bash prompt right here. Maybe. Yeah, it should. I've been trying to work on it a little bit. Linux is a lot harder to build a tool for, just because there's just so many different flavors and different installs and whatnot, so it's much harder to support. Or Windows, you're always like, well, it always does this stupid thing, so we can always just fix that. All right, I do feel like that's taking a little bit. Let's see what this looks like. I think that might be working. I love this this certain workflow to generate this generates a GIF file using, what action was this? I think it was Charm Bracelet. Which one was it though? It was like Charm Bracelet preview. No, that's the binary. Which one was it? Yeah, it was a Charm Bracelet one, but it was so cool. Like, what it does is it installs an entire thing, runs the program, records your screen in a GitHub action, and then creates the GIF file while actually taking in a script. So what this is doing is it's sleeping 1 second, hitting enter, sleeping 2 seconds, hitting left 1, sleeping 1 second, hitting down 1. So then it emulates a person actually doing those things and then recording it and then making a GIF file and then uploading the GIF file directly into the repository and always being up to date so people can see what the project does. So as the project gets updated, like this is a giant UI update from abs, and I was like, oh, let's redo the preview. And then I was like, okay, well, if preview's failing, let's see what's going on. I think it was failing around the create PR stage. So I think it was just like the workflow looked like it was specifying a specific minor version, which you don't usually do in a GitHub. I think just doing the major version's enough, and it'll just grab whatever the latest is. So let's see if this fixes it. If not, we'll fix it. Yeah, didn't do it. There was an error. All right. Check log or failure. So close. So close. Yeah, VHS. Charm Blaze's VHS was the one I was thinking of. Ah, prevents branch creation. Update the repository rules. Allow GitHub Actions bot to create branches with the pattern preview star. Okay. Let's do that. Alright, let's go new rule set. New branch rule set. Alright, active. Preview. Uh-huh. Bypass. What bypass should we use? Alright, because the GitHub blah 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 blah. Update repository. Allow GitHub Actions bot to create branches. Okay, so the bypass should be branch creation. Well, I believe that's a right. Pretty sure that's a right. Bypass right rule. Always allow. Match it only to preview asterisk. Okay, delete matching reference. Require status checks to pass. Sure. Doesn't matter. Block force pushes. Might need a force push actually now I'm thinking about it. Really shouldn't. Thinking. Yeah, I think. Would it bypass the default rules if that was correct? I think we gotta add the agent, right? Wouldn't be the GitHub action? Coding review, coding agent. That's not right. I installed Gentoo. We did it on stream. Peter, you must not have been here that night. Should consider a 4K display. Ah, man, I don't want to deal with 4K. I'm at 1080p. I'm not even on 1440p. I'm an old man living in the past. 1080p. I am at 120 hertz though. What's your thoughts on SDDM? Do you like it? SDDM's okay. Do you like GNOME and Mint? No, not really. I personally don't enjoy Cinnamon desktop environment, and I don't like GNOME's desktop environment either. I don't hate them. Like, for other people, that's totally fine. Like, it jives with their workflows, but for my workflow, I just cannot deal with them. I don't like them. I just feel like, why is all this crap in my way? But that's just me. Like I said, I would never make a video saying, hey, don't use GNOME or don't use... I think you need to use them and see. For some people, they love them. Weirdos, but sure. I mean, who am I to judge? XFC, yeah, I do like. XFC's cool because it's like one of the desktop environments that's still minimal. It just has its pieces. It works. It gets out of your way.
I like XFCE. It's ugly. They really need to do a better job on the default install, but you know. I tried Sway. It was fine. Just, again, not... There's like certain things I didn't like, especially coming from DWM and how it tiled. I was just like, wasn't my jam. I haven't ever tried FreeBSD on the desktop. Most FreeBSD stuff was TrueNAS back in the day, before TrueNAS Scale, and back when it was called FreeNAS, and you had to deal with jails and other stuff. And I just didn't like how it did a lot of the containerization. So BSD's fine. Like it's obviously it powers some amazing projects, but to use it as a desktop, I'm kind of like, not my jam. Yeah, check the repo settings. I'm gonna try this. I think it's fine. Let's just take that. Okay. All right, let's see. Have it check the repo settings. See if it works. We're not gonna rerun this until we get verification. Okay. All right, so name default branch rules. Exclude preview. Okay, let's just do that. Okay, we're just gonna manually do it. Not all branches. Okay. Let's edit. Where's the edit command? All right, rule sets. We're just gonna delete this. Am I logged out? What's going on here? Come on. Man, I tell ya. Where's your rules? Rule sets. All right, we're fine. Always word GitHub's. I think GitHub's docks me more than any other platform. It's always like, dude, come on. Can we bypass? No. Add target. Exclude. Does that work? Okay, check perms now. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's what we do. All right, check def rule set now. Yes. Test it. Do it. Do it now. Alright, here we go. See if this works. GitHub Actions is always a kind of a pain in the butt to set up. I will say I really like Sonnet 4.5 for testing out GitHub Actions. It does make this a lot better. Because a lot of the gibberish it spits out, it's not very human readable. Yeah, the versioning should be fine. Right now we're just updating the VHS GitHub action to where this is such a small change that no one cares about it, but it's just the details that I like. This makes the GIF of the GitHub GitHub repo. So when you go to Linutil, there's this GIF right here where it says Linutil, boom, and it launches it, right? And then it shows doing stuff on the screen here. Essentially, this GitHub action recreates this GIF and then replaces it anytime there's a release. So when the release happens, you just run this preview, and then it does it, and then it shows exactly what the program does. But it recreates it in real time. So then you don't ever have to re-upload the preview. Is this excessive automation? Probably. Is it cool? Most definitely. So that's what I'm working on. Let's monitor it in real time. See, it does take a while to generate the preview. Yeah, I could just record my screen and then upload it. I agree. That would be easy, Tal. But I don't want to do that. I want it to generate a preview automatically without me ever touching it ever again. Because that would just be cool. Am I spending hours probably doing this? No. We've spent maybe 30 minutes on this. But think of the time savings. This will be something that I'll never have to do again if I do it properly. You know what I'm saying? Thank God you are alive, Chris. Has anyone asked you if you're any relation to this guy? Oh no, this seems like a risky click. But we're waiting for a GitHub action, so you timed it well, good sir.
I thought maybe a nice thing to do would be to actually implement some passkeys. Create one, use it to log into a pretend website, and actually sort of see some of the data that's going back and forth. I mean, it is a complicated system.
I look like this guy? Thanks. Oh man, it's funny. They're the same picture. Man, screw you guys, man. Not cool. Hey, we got a green checkbox. That's what I'm talking about. It now works. Yes. Documentation. Merge that bad boy, please. Squash and merge. Think you look, yeah, see, I'll take a Lars over Ulrich. I like that. I'm okay with that. All right. no. Oops. I didn't look at the preview. That's unfortunate. Dang it. Oopsies. I messed that one up. Let's just copy that bad boy. Fix that. Okay. No problem. We'll just call this one console is not large enough. See screenshot. Boop. Perfectly wrong. Exactly how I envisioned. Oh, no. What are you doing? Oh. Would that work? No. That's stupid. Yes, it would work, but it's not. Just no. That is stupid. Just fix the workflow to accommodate 100 columns. Accommodate 100 terminal width in characters. Like, yeah, that's dumb. Yeah, let's fix that. The preview YAML should be fixed. Just close all that. Preview YAML. I can see the issue. 100 characters wide by 30 rows high. It's the defaults of a 1080p screen for characters. I feel like that just made it too small. Okay. Set it to width 130. Width of 100 by 30, a font size of 80 to 20 would produce approximately 1080p pixel output. But it just contradicts to itself. Terminal columns and rows, not pixels. Yeah, no. To change the width to 100 is correct. But riddle me this, Batman. Change it to the proper characters of a 1080p screen. So what are you doing? Okay, so yeah, 128 by 36. It was set to 100 by 30.
Font size of 24 still seems pretty large, but okay. Let's keep that. All right. Alrighty. I think we run that. All right, we're gonna update preview. That should just commit it to the main. I don't care. I don't feel like redoing it with the PR. All right, now we should be able to run this preview. Linutil preview. Run the workflow. And now we should get a proper response. Pretty sure. What do you think about flat packs over AUR? That just depends. Like, when you say AUR, that's building from source, essentially. And it depends on the obscurity of the package. If it's not seeing proper updates from the AUR, then Flatpak is better. But if it's a main, like, big package, like Google Chrome, let's say, is a good example. It's obviously seeing updates every day. So that one would be fine to do the AUR with. But if it's like a weird, obscure package that you look for and not very many people use, chances are it's going to get out of date, you're going to run into dependencies, or it's not going to properly update because they don't rebuild the update script. Case in point, Linutil's AUR hasn't been updated, and I need to figure out how to update that. I never created it. So yeah, that's oh geez, what? Dimensions must be 120 by 120. What? Check official charm bracelet VHS action for formatting. Linutil should not be an AUR, man. Oh, you gotta be kidding. That's not right. That is so not right. Okay, it just made some shit up. Check official documentation at. Let's feed it the link, have it fetch it, and see if it still sticks to that. No way. Really? Give me the link to where it says this in the documentation. I want to see this with my own two eyes. I'm calling bullshit. Okay. All right. So
What one are we using here? That is not 1200 by 600. Is it? It's 12 something. Is 1200 by 600 valid? I don't think that's valid. That's not 16 by 9, is it? All right, well, at least he uses pixel. 16 by 9 ratios. Resolutions. What do we got? Yeah, ain't no way. 960 by 540 would be more accurate. That'd be super wide. Yeah, I'm gonna go 1024 by 576. Like, that's stupid. Yeah, okay. Let's go over to preview tape. And, you know, we're gonna leave it 24. But this one, 10. Is it 54? No, 1024 by 576. Whoa, way off. 576. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Update width. Maybe there was a recent update or something to where it changed from character to pixel resolution. Anywho. Let's see what that looks like. Actions. All right, we're gonna go preview. I'm almost done. We're right there. We're right there. We're almost there. I know you could go 1280 by 720. But, 1280 by 800. That's 16 by 10. 1280 by 720 is 16 by 9. There's times where I like 16 by 10. Don't get me wrong. Like the Steam Deck uses that resolution. But I prefer the 16 by 9 to save on the Y space. All right, let's see if it takes it. I think any second now. Here we go. It's grabbing the file. Then setting the width. It liked it. It's doing the sleep. It's typing it. We're going left, down, 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 down. Right. Up, down, left, hit, left, right. A, B, select start. All right. Oh, come on. Yeah, the smaller ratio is why I chose it. I wanted a little bit more blown up. We'll see if I regret that choice or not. And this time, I'm not going to blindly accept the PR. It's like, yeah, okay, cool. It created a new file. We are golden. Accept. Yeah, it was a bit of a mistake. Oh, well. All right, created the PR. Check that out. And we are there. Let's go to PRs. We should have a new one. Beautiful. Here we go. Linutil. Bam. It did not accept that. It set a width of 38 and a height of 16. What? Okay. All right, we'll add preview. Let's also add preview.tape. This set a width of 38 and a terminal height of, what was it? 16. Not to mention, wait. Is that Times New Roman? That is not JetBrains. No, that's some jank. It's the term. Wrong as well. It looks like Times New Roman. It looks like a bad console font. Check to see if the console of the term is set properly to handle this project. I don't think the terminal's set up properly, and that's why it's giving us the issues. Okay. All right, export the term. That's a good start, but we're also going to need to width of 920 by 600. Crackhead. What? Okay, JetBrains mono for package type and that. Okay, that's fine. Let's look at that. Okay, that's fine. This, what? No. I think this is completely wrong. I think the documentation itself is wrong. I mean, most open source projects have absolutely terrible documentation. I think that's wrong, though. Let's give it a whirl. Anyways, let's not do this. Let's leave that. We can fix JetBrains mono. That's fine. Also adding that into the font. Let's see what else we have. JetBrains mono from apt is fine. And also exporting term to x265 also should be fine. All right, test it. Width, height, 100, 100. You think 100? Oh, VT 100. Oh, yeah. Stop. Height 100, width 100. All right, hold up. Low jack. What do we have? Feel like
What did this used to be? Let's just double check that. I think not setting the terminal was the main issue. Although I think they updated the width and the height requirements in a recent update. Maybe we just actually read. I know, nobody reads these days, but let's look at the actual patch notes. When was this last update? 3 days ago. Okay. Maybe, just maybe, they updated this in the patch notes to change the width and the height, and that's why we're having problems. Alright, bug fixes. Documentation. Okay, let's go. Width. Okay, maybe height. Okay. This was in version 0.50. Look at the height here. It's set at 1,000. Maybe we're using a really old version. Let's use our brains here. You know, it's not as fun. I'm just telling the magic internet fairy to fix it for us, but needless to say, 1 second. GitHub script. Where's that VHS? Okay. No, it's the latest. It's grabbing the latest. Okay, go install latest for the preview. So it's using Go to grab the latest, so it should be fine. Look at me, actually did some forward thinking on that one. Oh, it automatically calculates width and height automatically using resolution and font size. Oh, you think so? But it says you can specify it. So output out, set, source. That's all, folks. Let's read that tape file. Okay, you got your output. Required. Set to shell. Set font family. And then it's pretty straightforward script. Yeah, I think we already got the X term in there. Let's see, alpha, just to make sure. Let's see. We haven't run this yet. We put term equals X term dash 256 color. Yep. So we added that. I think it was the expert term was the main issue. Then we feed it the preview tape. So I think this is gonna work. All right, let's test it. Okay. Test it. Try that again. Also do the 1200 by 600. If this doesn't work, we're gonna do 1200 by 600 for sure. That was from the docs. So if that doesn't work, then I'll be like, all right. Well, this is different. Usually we're just running the GitHub action and checking the log. Guess it wants to install this locally, huh? Okay. Did I just do this whole GitHub action thing for no reason? Maybe. I think I did. right, here we go. I mean, this is not really what I was going for here. But I guess we can do a local build of it just to make sure it works on this machine. I think it's something with the GitHub action. Yeah, chmod that. What is it doing? All right, you're stupid. I'm done. All right, no. Skip, stop. Let's just, we'll test it ourselves. Discard this. Delete that. What? All right, we're just changing the font family because the font was not reflected properly in the last one. We're adding the JetBrains mod to the app install. We're also setting the term environment. Fix environment and font or preview. Like I said, LLMs are great when they work, but sometimes they just take all the drugs, and and you just got to use your brain. You still need a brain. It's just you know, it's one of them things. All right, there's that. So let's go ahead and go to preview action. We'll auto launch that guy. Run that. Run. Did we close out of that PR too, by the way? Pull request. We did not. See, look at this. It's using the wrong font. It just wasn't setting the environment properly. Like I said, I should just use my brain and just say like, oh, you know, that doesn't make sense. It's obviously setting the environment wrong. Let's fix that instead. Yeah, no. Well, let's try the LLM. Genius. Okie dokie. Now we're getting down to the meat and potatoes of it. It's gonna work this time. No. So it doesn't set the proper terminal environment, and without the terminal environment, it can't set the font, and it can't set the actual width or height of it. So now that we've actually set the terminal environment, when it grabs preview tape, it should set the font size, the width, the height, and then be able to properly spit out a good preview image. But this is all being run headless. So there's not an actual, because it's a GitHub action. They're probably charging me $1 million for this. Or no, that starts next month. When does GitHub start charging for GitHub Actions? I'm gonna regret putting that. Is there any other place? Does GitLab allow actions? I mean, it does require a ton of compute to do all this crap on the daily. I'll probably have to scale back some of my GitHub Actions and just do it locally. It's fine, I guess. What are GitHub Actions? GitHub Actions are essentially little files that set up an environment in the cloud and then build stuff for your project. So let's say you want to rebuild stuff with source code, you want to automatically generate a GIF like this. What it does is it essentially sets up a whole new OS, more like a Docker container than an actual OS, and then it just installs exactly what's needed to make that action work, runs it, and then updates the project in real time. So it only launches for like a minute or two, does the job, closes out, and then flushes it. But it still uses a good bit of compute, so I'm sure it's not cheap from an infrastructure standpoint. Yeah, we could always switch it to Docker Compose and then do it locally. Very, very good point. All right, here we go. Shit, it doesn't work. I knew immediately.
Just does not set the terminal right. Let's go. Samples. Give me a sample tape file. You know what? Let's just steal their GitHub action. What are we doing wrong here? Well, it's got to be here somewhere, right? Man, I'm kind of stumped on this. Like, what? So there's a bunch of tapes. Give me an example. You know what we're gonna do? I'm just gonna rewrite this whole thing. Rewrite this GitHub action to use something wrong I'm doing. Stop. I want to give it a little more context here. Check for other GitHub actions that use the charm bracelet VHS and fix this workflow. What is wrong with it? There's something wrong. Gotta be some example workflow file. There's something I'm missing here. Is when it's setting up the test environment, it's just not setting up that terminal properly. VHS action. So instead of setting all this up, just do that. All right. Maybe setting it up through Go is not the way to go. All right. So we're just going to go charm brace VS action V2. Keep. Cleaner code, much simpler. Using V2 will automatically get bug fixes and improvements. What version is it on? It's on V010. How does that make any sense? Okay. Yeah. Display all available versions. I'm going to say display all available versions using GitHub Actions. Because V2 doesn't sound right. It might be, but I just don't think so. All right, yeah. All right, test it. Yeah, maybe it was easy, but I mean, the latest Charm was from 2024, so they haven't really updated the project very much. Charm Play Bracelet is known for Bubble Tea. If you're a Go programmer, you've probably used Bubble Tea, and that's made by Charm Bracelet as well, so. Okay. Let's see what that does. It's launching and running. All right, let's watch the run. In real time. That did not look like it worked. I'm just throwing that out there. I think I ran into this problem last time. That's why I ended up going with the earlier version or changing it. Failed to install FFmpeg. That's right. The official action broke a while back. This was such a waste of time. I'm sorry. I hope someone got some entertainment out of it. But, damn it. That's right. I completely forgot about this problem. Yeah. Failed to install in action log. Okay. Cool. Sure. I'm too deep in it. It's like sunken cost fallacy. I just wanted to automatically make this GIF file. I can't. I can't stop it this time. We gotta fix it. I gotta see it to the end. God, OCD sucks sometimes, man. I don't think this is gonna work. No. Maybe? No. Yeah, see, that's not working. The VHS action still tries to install FFmpeg. See, there's a reason why I did it that way. I'm not crazy. Well, I'm a little crazy, but you know. This time, 13th time's the charm. It'll be cool once we get it working, though. I think I broke it. That or I ran out of credits. Freebie credits. Then we'll just have to fix it ourselves. Oh. Hold. Hold. Here we go. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. That's exactly what we had. Yes. The problem is it doesn't set up a proper console. Let's skip that. Stop. The problem resides in it not setting up the environment properly, and the terminal is too small and doesn't adopt the font. It looks like TTY when it needs to be a full terminal. It's not the preview tape that's the problem here. That's not it. Wait. Okay, how's it going to set up the environment? Let's look. All right. Echo, go, bit. Okay, that's fine. Refresh font cache. Environment term color. Export path. Then run it. This might work. It has a shot. All right. Let's trigger it. I'm doing it manually. I just do not trust that damn thing. Come on. We're gonna get there. It has a shot. Words of your tombstone. Yeah, I know. Let's see. I'm gonna look at the command reference too. Shall we wait? All right. Output require set type. Is font in here? I don't even see font. So you specify this. That setting value. Okay. There's the shell. Font size is fine. Width, height, letter spacing, line height, typing speed, theme. Oh, that's kind of cool. Maybe there's a Nord theme we can use. Oh. Wow. Set theme. Capuchin. Full list by going, or in the themes bracket. Okay. Okay. Theme Nord. Do we have that? I'm sure that's not going to work, but let's go preview tape. Acquire sh shell bash file family. All right. Set theme, and we're going to put Nord as Nord. It's right there. Set theme Nord. All right, and command reference. Let's continue on. Set padding, margin, window bar, colorful. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. Border radius, playback speed, frame rate, cursor blink, type, keys, backspace, control, enter, tap. This is all movement. Show. Wait. Hide. Environment. That's just setting an environment variable. Source. Yeah, your continuous integration sucks. It really needs to be changed. Height is fine. Set font family is also fine. Set shell, is that a thing? I don't see. Oh, nope. Set shell and then the shell. However, that one does not have quotes. Let's get just set shell bash. I think maybe the quotes might have thrown it off, but the set theme does have quotes. Set theme, capuchin frap. Although we probably don't even need to do the quotes because that is one word without a space. Quotes are needed for double where there is a space. Okay. All right, what do we got? It did it 3 minutes ago. It generated the preview. Fantastic. I've given up all hope that this will work, but son of a... I knew it. I think it's those quotes around the bash shell, maybe. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what's causing this problem. How many PRs am I going to make? The other thing, you know what? Let's look. We had this working once upon a time. Let's just look at the code we had in there and see what it used to look like. Preview tape. Let's go back in our history. Let's just grab it from back in 2024, right? Back in 2024, we did have the shell bash. We had the width and the height set for 1080p. Labels, documentation. So all that did work. Oh. All right, let's see. Question: do you actually mean making all these changes on the main branch? I'm just traumatized a little, and this scares me. I mean, you could do pull requests for every single one. So when we're doing this, Foss, we're not actually changing the program itself. This is just a GitHub action. So yeah, we could go to another branch and sit there and tinker around, and probably would be nicer on this, especially when you look at the commit history. But since it's not really the main program itself, I don't care. And I don't feel like doing it. Probably should do a new branch here. And just say messing with GitHub Actions. And then just saying, font 12, 28. I mean, hell, we'll try it. I mean, I don't think that's it. But at this point in time, I'll try anything. 1280 by 720. You said font size, what, 14? 18? Font size 12. Dang, that's small. Okay, font size 12. All right, font size 12, JetBrains mono. I still don't think this is setting the font family correctly. Font isn't set correctly in terminal. Check FC list for proper font name in preview.tape. Yeah, so we're always just force pushing main. But yeah, that's a very valid concern. A very valid concern. See, this is wrong. Yeah. We need to use distro box to make sure. Ubuntu in the GitHub action. So the name will be different. Yeah. All right, check GitHub action. We're on Arch, you idiot.
Yeah, well, the dude abides.
Don't GitHub action that. Thank you on a video 3 years ago. It got me into Linux, and I haven't looked back since. Ah, Cody, good to hear, man. I'm glad it helps. It always warms my heart anytime I see that. There is a space in JetBrains. God, I feel like I'm talking to an idiot here. The LLM, not chat. There's a space in JetBrains mono. It won't be passed properly. So add quotes. No, that's still not gonna work. Alright, so shell. Are we sure even set shell is fine? You know what? I don't even care. This is what we're gonna do. We're just gonna take this whole thing, dump it, right? What's this require? Let's see if we can even require. Do we even need require? I don't think that's valid either. I think this whole thing was just vibed out of its mind. Okay, that's fine. Yes, require is valid. Okay. Let's just delete all this extra crap. I'm done. And also check out. See, I think I'm like, whatever, just delete it. All right, let's see what that does. Fix preview. Tape. Before I do that, let's just charm bracelet. Oh, let's look at the examples. And we're gonna just use bubble tea as an example. Execute tape. So output, hide, type, go. See, I think that's great. I think it's just overcomplicated. If anything, yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Let's just continually committing to main. At this point, the commit record's just trash anyways. I'm just like, ah, come on. It's gonna work this time. There's one good thing. I gotta say, my superpower is I can just take my head and slam it into a wall until the wall finally gives. That's my superpower. Oh, God. Oh yeah, Copilot's awful. Yeah, when it comes to trying any kind of code review, God, I forget the other day, just for giggles, I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm having a problem with the GitHub action. Maybe Copilot can help. Oh my God. It was so bad it was laughable. I was just sitting there having the time of my life, just seeing it fail over and over and over again. I was like, wow, that was so bad. It was so bad that it was funny. Yeah, Chris considers his head will give someday. Nonsense. This head up here is as hard as it could be. It's like cement. Ask my wife. What were the default types? Oh, JetBrains Mono is there. So we're just setting theme, basic requirements, nothing else. I'm just like, just give me whatever the stock is. I don't care at this point. If this works, I'm going to be like, well, that's what I get for vibing too hard. It wouldn't surprise me if that happens. We've officially been on the creating a GIF through a GitHub action for about an hour and a half. I don't know what's wrong with me. My time would have been so much more valuable elsewhere. It's gonna be cool when I'm done with it. Okay, let's go. No. Too small. It's close, though.
VHS preview.tape examples. Charm race. VHS preview examples. Let's see what you got here. It's close. It was better. VHS 0.61 or later requires screenshot support. I think there's just some jank around the preview itself. Let me get another one. Oh, what is this? Nothing. Okay. Let's just go over to GitHub. Cool thing about GitHub is you can get examples really fast. Let's just do a search. Code examples. We're gonna go preview.tape. And what I'm gonna do is just see what others are doing for this. Okay, this one. Code. Okay, preview.tape. Font size 20 by 1200. Bam. Okay. What was this? Let's see this guy's project. Okay. Let's look at his workflow. I don't know if he was ever doing this. I don't think he used GitHub for it. I'm so overthinking this. This is so stupid. All right, guys. We're just going to do it a completely different way. This is just absolutely bonkers. We're deleting the YAML file. I don't know why it's taken me this long. The solution is just so obvious. When I want to update the preview when there's a giant TUI, just run this locally using VHS. Why do I need to make it a GitHub action? Like I've spent an hour and a half on this stupid thing. Let's just do it locally and just upload it. And then when there's a giant TUI change, I can just do it. I can make it part of my publish script. If I really wanted to automate it. Like, why make it a GitHub action? It's just dumb. Okay. Make a preview .sh script and just update the preview GIF locally using VHS. We'll just do that, and we'll just do it on a local machine. Like what? What are we doing? Like, I bet it one-shots this. Right? Looks good to me. All right. Keep. And then we're going to run it. We have it right here. And we just go preview. VHS is not installed. And then we just install it. All right, preview. Well. 1 second. All right, now we just preview. So, where did I go wrong here? Did it not install? Surely it did. Did I not read the error message? No, it's there. Command to add go VHS binary to path. Let's just say, where is go installing VHS binary? It's Titus Go? Oh. That's kind of lame. Yeah, okay. Well, I got it. Thanks. Really? No doubt. Yeah. Yeah, that's where it's installing it. Well, you know. Can't win them all. Alright. Home. Go. Bin. Yeah, there we go. Source. Bash. C. VHS. Perfect. All right, preview. Here we go. Here we go. It's gonna do it now. Oh my gosh. CP recursive go bin to user bin? Absolutely not. That is incorrect way of doing it. It would work. But don't do that. That's like telling people to do a RM space dash RF space / asterisk space / force. Don't do that. Ah. Microsoft's having an outage and their status page is down. Rux, I know what caused the Microsoft outage. Some idiot kept trying to use GitHub Actions to make a GIF file over and over and over, and it crashed Microsoft. That's totally what's happened if they're having an outage right now. Instead of just doing it on his local machine. Oh, man. Let's see what this looks like. All right, successfully generated. I bet it still didn't work. I bet we'll have to tinker with it a little bit, but I feel a lot better about just doing it this way. The other way was just a bit on the silly side. Did the same thing. Okay. Well, at least it's a lot quicker. You know what I'm going to do? I think I'm just going to comment out all the like quick things, and I just want it to launch and then exit real fast, just so we can get a real quick run of it, and then we can fix this without taking up an hour or two. As much as it's fun to hear me blab, let's do this. because I want to be done with it. Set width 1280. Set height 720. Okay. What was my... Oh, I can't remember my NeoVim shortcut for comment. That's what happens. You know what? This is gonna work. This is gonna work. We got this. Set JetBrains Mono to JetBrains Mono. Oh, what is the... Let's look at our font cache real fast. Well... Oh, well, JetBrains. I think it would be mono. Okay, JetBrains mono, but which one is it? I have all the JetBrains fonts. Does seem a little excessive. Wouldn't it be this one right here? Or would it be JetBrains in FM? I can't remember which one to use from a terminal perspective. I want to say it's the second one. This is the abridged version. I think both will work, but I think NFM would probably be the way to go. JetBrains, mono, NFM. I don't think you'd want to spell it all out right here. Yeah. JetBrains mono nerd font was the original file too. Yeah, I think so. All right. Well, let's see here. So close. Terminal size too small, 81 by 20. It's close though. So let's go to the preview tape again. And all right. Oh, that would have been bad. And you said we should set the font as well? Set font family. Well, all right. Well, thought we'd paste that, right? No. I think it's just that is the proper font family. Set font size 46? I think not. Because I want to make sure, because the screen real estate should be the one to do that. Yeah, so the actual file, I think this should be about what we need. Let's see what this does. Now, we'll know for a fact because if changing the resolution at all changes it, it'll go from columns, because right now we're getting about 81 columns, but we need at least 100. So I think just setting the preview to 1920 by 1080 should be enough.
7 gigs of fonts. Now that's crazy. Yeah, I want to say this should work. I feel a lot better about just doing it all locally. GitHub Actions is almost like a black box a lot of times, where just like a lot of the error codes and things that happen behind the scenes, you just can't quite get a feel of exactly what's happening on that system because it's not your system. I think it's done that way on purpose too, because if you kind of know what's going on, and you'll know, hey, it's causing excessive compute and I'm going to get charged for this. So it kind of makes sense. All right. Alpha says this will work. All right. Maybe. All right. Maybe this is something with my previewer? What? Let's just open that up in Chrome, right? Yeah, it was just the previewer, like, screwing up. So close. I didn't grab the... What's this doing exactly? I think it's running a full system cleanup on my system now. Oops. Shoot. Maybe we pick something else. I mean, it did work. Yeah, when in Rome, it'll be fine. I think it's pretty good. I kind of want to go a little bigger, though. I think it would look better because it didn't quite get the entire... I think we go 1440 on this. I think we can make it look a little bit better. And the font size looked good. I think that was JetBrains. I think we go 2560 by 1440, right? So we go big. We got the Nord theme, which I'm digging. I think that will jive pretty well with it. And then let me clear up some of those errors because I hate the preview to have errors in it, right? So let's clean that up. Let's just go Z Linutil. Wait, what? What? Oh, that was weird. Okay. What is that doing? What? Could not open file. Is it because it's not being run as sudo? Maybe. Well, one way to find out. All right, running is caution. All right.
Let's try it as sudo. What's this gonna do? It still gives the errors there. Failure. Let's just update the cache. Could be package corruption. Yeah, let's just delete the files ourselves. I think so. All right, let's just go var cache pacman download. Let's just go over here. What was that command earlier? I said not to run -rf star. I think that's the one we're gonna do. What happens if you completely nuke all the packages in the cache? I don't know. Let's find out. All right. Could not delete .local expunged. Oh, okay. Directory not empty. I'm gonna just clean these errors up real fast. Another side. Should be fine. Sudo rm rf boom. Yeah, nothing there. All right, fine. Already on the only match. Okay. Almost there, guys. Yeah. Perfect. That'll make for a good one. Now, let's run our preview. Just gotta clean up a few things. Gravy. Now we get the GIF. 3 hours later. Yeah. I think the logo is missing in the preview. I think so. I'm kind of curious to see if it's able to pull it in. I think it was a resolution thing. And once we pull it in this way, I'm pretty sure it should be pretty solid. I'm pretty sure only Kitty and Ghosty can draw images in the terminal. Maybe. Although we might be able to set... No, I think it's a resolution because it should draw it in ASCII if it can't draw the actual PNG. I'm on Ghosty right now. It works fine on Xorg. I like Ghosty. Ghosty used to be a little bit slower for me. It had a bit of lag, but I don't know. I haven't had any issues with it. Do you have Docker on your system? Oh yeah. Does a bear shit in the woods? I think so. Get rid of you. Worthless. All right, generated our preview. Now, telling you, we should be golden. Are we ready to see the magic GIF? Moment of truth. I mean, it's pretty good. Almost perfect. But we're still missing the logo. I think if we set... People are like, dude, you could have just OBS'd it. You're a YouTuber. I know. It's about the principle of the thing. What can I say? You know, it has a Docker container already built in, so you could actually do the tape directly from the Docker container. It's cool. I feel like that would have been way easier as well. But we're right there. TTYD and FFmpeg. Set shell. Maybe the set shell command has to be done. Let's do set shell bash, maybe? It could be the set shell command. And now you guys know what I do in my spare time. Obsess over little things that don't matter. We all have our flaws. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I like ext4. I mean, I understand like BetterFS has a lot more capabilities. If it was like for business and I was really worried about like data loss and things of that nature, ZFS is probably my go-to. BetterFS would be a nice fallback. But ext4 for my system, just because everything's unencrypted, so it's really easy to troubleshoot. If I need to like do a live ISO or chroot into my environment, those types of things, it's just way easier on ext4. You're not having to go, okay, let me figure out what the subvol is and then tie into that. None of that business. It's like, just mount it and go. Where with BetterFS, you have subvolumes you have to also consider when you mount, do your backups. I will say, like, time shift properly set up with BetterFS and atomic swapping, it's really impressive and super fast. It's just like kind of a pain in the butt to set up though, and I'm just like, I've done it, I can do it again, but honestly, if this thing dies on me, I'm like, I don't care. I'll just slap in a new drive, reformat, start over. There's no data on here that I really care about. Yeah. Oh, XFS is also very good. Yeah, XFS I think is actually faster than ext4. Yeah, the claim to fame is snapshots. Like, if you're not doing snapshots, then you definitely should do probably XFS. I think XFS is probably, I think it inks out ext4 by a little bit, but honestly, both ext4 and them, you really just can't go wrong with either. All right. Let's go preview. Wait. Not quite. Just that little bit right there. That'd be cool. Eh. Could I set something else in here? I don't think so. Yeah. When you buy laptops with pre-installed Windows, why is it always Home Edition? Is because it's cheaper license. Yeah. In fact, most of the OEMs get it almost free. Yeah. Man, I haven't heard Manjaro in a while. I haven't used Manjaro in a while. I can't really say anything. I always liked their lead dev, though. He was a nice guy. So I never... But yeah, I mean, it's like, well, just use Arch. I'd much rather. Alright, we're putting this out. I think we're done. Done with all this preview madness. We're calling it good here. We're done. I'm like, it's fine. But let's see how it looks on the GitHub. That's really the true test here. Right? Oh, wait. We still have an open PR, don't we? You know, we're so close on this one. If we were actually to do this preview action again, I could get it to run. I know what I did wrong now that I've actually tinkered around with it myself. Oh, well. Oh. Term equals Linux to get ASCII. Yeah, Duo, the problem is I can't feed it into the VHS. So I think it's a problem in that regard. Pre-installed Linux laptops usually come with a version of Ubuntu. So some have their own slight variation of Ubuntu. Like I had for about a year a Tuxedo laptop, and then I had two K-Focus laptops. Both the K-Focus obviously came with Ubuntu, and those are good. It just, like, I still use my K-Focus, actually. I got it, like, what, 2 years ago now? 3 years ago? And I've been rocking that for quite some time. And it's been good. It's been a solid laptop. But, like, I think the problem I have is most times I just like Arch. So if you want to wipe out a laptop and load Arch Linux on it, there really is no point in getting a Linux laptop unless you're worried about like hardware support. So I would just look into like cheaper laptops from major manufacturers that you know have good Linux support, and then just install Arch on it. The problem I have with frameworks and System 76 and stuff like that, I'm sure they're good laptops, right? But you're paying a premium for them because they maintain like the distro or the repos on them, and they test them with Linux. So you're going to pay, you know, free $400, $500 premium for that privilege. And my problem, I think, is I just really like
Arch. Just using Arch Linux, having a good time. Just be like, hey, I'm good. Let's that's really small, by the way. I said I was done, but I lied. So, as I was saying, but yeah, so that's where I'm like, might as well just get like a major manufacturer, load it up if you're going the Arch route and you're doing a custom spin like me. You're not going to want to use what the manufacturer gives you. But if you're kind of new to Linux, but you want a Linux laptop, it does make sense because they make sure all the hardware's good. They have custom repos so it doesn't update and you have any regressions with like the kernel and things like that that might cause a problem. Me, I'm like, oh, good, I get to troubleshoot something in Arch, where most average users would not think that. So it just depends on you as a user. Does pre-installed Linux laptops have limited packages, or is it full-blown? Yeah, it's a full-blown desktop OS. Like, you can do anything with them. At least I can speak for Tuxedo and K-Focus laptops. I've used both extensively for years, and yeah, I never had an issue ever installing anything. Nothing's locked down, so like I can even upgrade the RAM in it if I had all the money in the world. No. But no, like it's very upgradable. They usually ship with a Clevo base, and then they just maintain the packages. So that's the reason for that. But yeah, they're good laptops. It's just, like I said, there's a premium on them. Pika OS Linux? I don't think I've tried that yet. I don't really try very many distros these days. Sometimes. Yeah, see, that looks so much better. Yeah, bigger preview. I had to fix that. I was just like, that didn't. How long have I been going at this? $111 was my first commit. 2 hours. It felt like 3 hours, but it was only 2 hours we were doing this, guys. Not bad. I wasted 2 hours doing plenty of other stuff. You know? Nice. So we're all up to date. We've got all the PRs done. Only outstanding PR over here was Adam change, name change. I'll get verification from him offline. Issues. Oh, Mango WM. I think the next stream we'll try Mango WM. See how that is. Workarounds to add logo here and the most practical options. Fixed by this. Post-process the output with FFmpeg. Yeah. Already uses FFmpeg under the hood with GIF MP4 encoding. So layering a logo afterwards is straightforward. Oh, could just layer it in. That'd be kind of cool. Dang. Yeah, and there's so much cool stuff you can do with FFmpeg. I wonder though. I'd have to look at the pixel count to make sure it fits in there just right. I know it'd be like a little bit weird. Grub is amazing. I love Grub. When you launch Linutil, does it load the logo or is it just a preview not getting it? Yeah, the preview uses like a weird interface for this. So it doesn't have all that.
But I mean, it's there. Like everyone that uses the project, they'll see the logo. So I don't really care that much. Have you heard the news? The NeoFetch developer has become a farmer. An actual farmer, not a joke. I love it. You know, it's kind of funny. A lot of people in IT end up going with minimal technology, and we get away from computers. Like when we're done with computers, we're like, all right, no phones. Like people always yell at me because I never answer text messages and I never check my phone. It's just like if I'm out and about, I like don't want to look at my phone. And it's weird how most tech people kind of fall into that mindset because we understand how addictive it is. It's kind of like alcohol, you know? It's fine to have a drink every now and again, but if you kind of binge yourself on it, it's not good for you. It's not good for your brain. And I've also seen people just cognitively decline because they just overuse the stuff. And just like alcohol. So it's kind of like there's a lot of parallels to phone, computer technology usage. So it's not really that shocking when you see a lot of tech people go, I'm not really much onto social media. I don't have any of the like social media apps installed on my phone. You know, all those things. And I just kind of use my phone for phone calls. And that's just kind of where I live, man. It's nice. So I could see someone just becoming a farmer. Hell, I mean, most of my family, we grew up farmers. My father was actually the very first in the Tituses. We were farmers for 200 years or something. It's crazy. So we were farmers for a long, long time. But farming is, like a lot of my uncles are still farmers. And it's a rough industry, man. Corporate America has not been kind to the average farmer. Like combines usually are like 1.2 million, and then there's monthly fees. There's really like right to repair. You know how a lot of computer people are talking about right to repair. It's way worse in farming. A lot of them can't even repair their equipment anymore because of just the costs associated with it. So like it's all been like corporations have essentially moved in and taken over most of the farmland in America, and the average like farmer has been forced out because by all means, both my mom's side and my father's side, both of my grandfathers were farmers. Both my grandfathers, where, you know, my kids, they've gone out to the farm or the farms, but they're not owned by our families anymore. They were sold to big corporations and stuff. So it's like all that's gone. It's weird, man. So it's kind of cool to see it kind of turn the corner, and I can see people going back to farming. I mean, it's a hard thing though. I mean, farmers work really hard, and it's difficult. And when you have a lot of money, you know, like with my uncles, I'm like, man, why do you even do it? And they're like, well, who the hell else is gonna do it? That was the answer. It wasn't necessarily. It's definitely not about monetary incentive, because monetary incentive, why do anything when you could just sit on your butt if you have $1 million and just collect 7% off the stock market as the dollar just gets debased? You just go with that. Like, you know, obviously, if you have the money, that's what you do. You wouldn't go into farming. But yeah, yeah, damn John Deere, awful. Monsanto. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many things, like depending on the type of farmer you have the genetic experimentation with, you know, being resilient against pesticides on all your crops. You have, you know, big chicken, where they control all the chicken. And if you want to actually compete in the chicken market, you have to grow. You have to use their specific chickens that are like steroid chickens. It's wild, man. Like when people figure out where they're eating, where they're getting the food from the store, it just blows their mind. I remember going to my my cousin's wedding, and they're very much like, you know, not farmers. They're more horse people, but they're definitely out in the country. And my daughter never has seen. They did a pig where they roasted it in the ground, and then you bring it out, and so that's how they serve it. But usually, like in the city, it kind of gets covered up a little bit. People don't just understand where the food comes from. But in the country, like especially at this wedding, you kind of would think it'd be a little more elegant. Well, that's not how we do things. So you just had this pig out on its slab that they slow cooked over like 2 or 3 days, and they just peeled the skin back, and then they had like scoops, you know, for the slow roasted pork with it, you know, just little lunch lady scoops, just like ice cream, and just plop it on your plate. Oh, my daughter almost lost it. It was hilarious. I was dying. Probably the worst part is like, that wasn't even the worst part, because, you know, if you slow cook a pig, when you look at this face, like the face is still there, but the eyes and stuff aren't, you know, because it's been heated for 2 or 3 days. So yeah, anyways, I'm sorry. I'm probably going a little bit down a rabbit hole of my country roots, but I'm very much a city boy. I've always been, but my family definitely not. If you were in an IT tech, what career job would you have? Oh man, as soon as I can remember, I was always into tech. I always loved computers, so that would be very hard for me. Probably woodworking. I really have always liked woodworking, and I like the desk I'm on right now. Most of the stuff in the studio I built, because like all the stuff you buy in the stores just kind of crap and falls apart. So I would just go and grab like really nice, high quality wood, sculpt it out. You know, it's not great, but it suits me well, and I use like polyurethane on it, and it's got a nice finish, and it looks cool, and it's mine, and no one else has a desk like this one, and I just like that feeling. And same with like all the sound panels. So I went and like got sound panels and did the stupid black foam stuff like all the YouTubers do. It sucked. It like barely did anything. So what I ended up doing was just going to Home Depot and getting a bunch of like 1x4s, or not 1x4s. I think they might have been 2x4. No, it was like 1x2s or something like that. They were real thin bordered stuff. And then I made a frame, and then I got some rock wool, and I packed them with rock wool, wrapped it with fabric, and then just stapled it down. So this is like a really hardy fabric with rock wool built into it. And then it deadens the sound. So yeah, it's still a little bit of an echo, but it's not as bad as the doing it with the black stuff, the black foam crap off Amazon that's like way overpriced. Like this cost me maybe $80, $60, but I mean it was like this entire, like it's this panel and that panel, and then I just used some like I think some fabric that somebody was throwing out, and that works way better. So yeah, that's just something. So yeah, probably something like that. I've always been kind of handy. I like to fix things. Yeah, I just wanted something to look nice too. So I grabbed, like, I wrapped all the panels I made with like the backside with LEDs, and then you just plug the LEDs in and you're good to go. So like all the like DIY stuff, not only do I think it works better and it looks better, it lasts longer, and a lot of stuff you buy in the stores or off Amazon, it just feels cheap, and it's not a good value a lot of times. So I think actually like hand making things just is really, really good. But yeah, like towels, egg cartons, all that stuff, I mean, they work, but like you get some moving blankets, those are fine, but they stink, especially if you get them from U-Haul. So I really like making your own solution. I think it's better over time. Yeah, I guess too lazy. Some people just lack the knowledge. I think some of the knowledge is gone. That's the thing. Some people would like to do it, they just don't know how. Yeah, but I always think self-made's amazing. Yeah, first desk, kitchen countertops works so much better. Yeah, and that's the thing. I think so many people just don't give credence to that. It's not economical. You can't build it at scale, and like, I'm not going to be a desk maker probably. But I don't know. I mean, when I was watching, I think it was YouTube, Oh, I forget who it was. This guy was charging like $10,000 for a table. He just cut the wood up, and then I think he was doing like an epoxy type build with the table. And he was very gifted, don't get me wrong, but he was charging like $10,000 or $20,000 for the table, and I was like, damn, that's pretty legit. So yeah. Well, you're gonna mess it up, you know. You just gotta accept it. That's the thing. Like, the cool thing about like woodworking, especially, is sometimes when I mess something up, it turns out better because it like now has like that personal touch, and you can always kind of fix it, and it's neat. Like, there's a lot of personality that goes to woodworking where people don't realize. It's not like I didn't get the perfect cut, I'm gonna just throw this slab away. It's like, oh, I would have liked not to happen, but well, we're here already. Let's make it work. And then at the end of the day, sometimes it's like, well, I'll just cut it differently, and then you end up doing it, and you're like, oh, that works a lot better. So it's kind of cool. So I like it. I encourage people to try it because it's fun. Yeah, I don't think I do too either. I mean, I have a giant mouse pad, but yeah, I've set coffee cups and stuff on here, and yeah, man, I don't have anything. I don't have any rings, nothing. So, I mean, I used 4 coats of polyurethane though. So I did a coat of poly, did a light sanding, another coat of poly, sand, and just get it looking kind of the way I want it to look, and then I finish it out. But I think a lot of people don't take the time to, they're just like, okay, we'll just do it. And then they'll probably do like lacquer or some crap and just spray it on and be like, yeah, good enough. And then you're like, oh, desk is kind of rough. And then, you know, they kind of miss the point. Anywho, I don't even know how we got on that. Yeah, but there's a lot of, that's another thing I was talking about earlier. Like, you got to have something to do too. It's not necessarily about making as much money as possible. It's sometimes you gotta kind of enjoy what you're doing somewhat, or you have that purpose that's needed to do it, whether it's repairing something. There's a lot of fulfillment in that, and people kind of get lost. People are like, oh, I'd rather be a rich kid that comes from rich parents that just get given it everything. And that's that person I almost feel sorry for, because a lot of times they don't ever have a sense of achievement or fulfillment because they've already had the money. So why would they work, or why would they do this? And that's a different problem to have. I've never had that problem. My parents have always been pretty poor. But yeah, could be worse, man. Could be worse. Always could be worse. There's always someone out there that has it worse than you. Just remember that too. All right, guys, I am out of here. This was fun. Thanks for sticking around, seeing me make a GIF for 3 hours or 2 hours. And we got a new version of Linutil out, which is good. So next stream probably will go over Mango WC. I kind of want to take a look at that project, and then probably go into Windows a little bit. Should be fun. Yeah, should be good. Do any good metalwork? No. I would love to try though. That'd be fun. Welding? I think my family would be really scared that I'd chop my finger off though. Some of the metalwork stuff, it can get a little dicey. I might blind myself because I forget to put in that. They already yelled at me for not wearing a proper mask when I was doing a bunch of sanding. I'm still here. For now. All right, y'all. Have a good one. Deuces.